I use that to do the test. There you go. I stopped doing that on what do you call it? On Instagram because there the only thing I've been flagged for on there really has been, oh god, what do you call it? Oh, these are the ones I need to sell. Let me set these to the side. Trying to figure out which cigars I want to smoke, and I think I've already narrowed it down to the one that I want to smoke. Even though I had, well, the rest of one yesterday. It was a Perdomo. Finally a Perdomo. As Rob of RobSays.net had turned me on to. Now, the only other place I had seen them was it was at my shop over in Fremont. That's when I want to get, I want to go in country to get cigars, and they're pretty much a safe zone as far as the whole, Nazi regime, the Third Reich here, or Second Reich, or whatever it is kicking off. It has kicked off pretty much since March of last year, but certainly in July up until now, basically. Although now apparently you can actually have people dying in. Hell, on the whole fucking West Coast, believe it or not. I didn't see that coming anytime soon. California opened up, Washington State opened up. I haven't checked Oregon, but if these two have opened up, I'm sure they have. I think this is one of those. What is this? JFR? I think I've had it before. All right. Jalapa Valley in Nicaragua. Oh, JFR Titan. All right. Can I punch a hole in this? I don't know. All right. Well, I did, so I guess the answer is yes. All right. Let's light this fucker up. Smells decent. Boy, it is quiet. I say almost too quiet, even for a Saturday. But you know what? Yeah, it's my neighborhood, and I'm not 100% surprised by that. I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna leave that light on, so I'm gonna look high yellow or whatever the hell else everyone calls me. Oh, shit, I just realized that's probably why. Hang on, I'll be right back. I gotta go turn the damn light off. Oh, shit, I forget to do. All right. I see I'm not the only one up tonight. That was a fun night. The whole day was a fun day, actually. I'm just drinking the same beer that I had for a little Instagram thing. Faded flannel porter. I swear to God, I'm not that drunk. It's a porter. It says porter brew with vanilla. It's not too strong. It's only 5.9. Pretty decent. Yeah. Go ahead and pour the rest of that in here. Fuck it. I'm done with the damn Saladino diet. I am. So I can actually speak on what he's talking about. Talk about bacon and wings going to kill you. Fucking A. Oh, what's up, Bull Rush? There's just get bright as F in here. I do need to play around a little bit more with my my lighting. Let's see here. One second. I forget how to do this. I think you just hit that button. There you go. You can come to StreamYard if you want. Yeah, I will play around with the lighting or something at some point. Most, I think, just on topic, shit, you're dealing with like single digits and like black ice and shit or something down there. I got my own stories of which the thumbnail will probably give you an idea. We had our own little mini snowpocalypse up here past couple days. I'll tell you what, it was about as fun as it was. Okay, fun as the last one. All right, members only for Jack. All right, Jack Napier's doing something. Follow him on YouTube, by the way. He wants me to promote his stuff, so I'll promote his stuff. Jack Napier is in November. APIER. Oh, go check his shit out. He does Red Evening with Rob Says. Rob Says that nothing. Already plugged him. Says Bull Rush is here, and I'll go ahead and plug his stuff because I think by the end of the month, I'll be getting one of his razors. I actually do need to check out. Let me do that right now. Now that I'm thinking about it, let's do that now. Because that's what you want to see, like the shit I should be doing in the fucking background instead of when I'm doing a live fucking show. It's like, no, I'm gonna look this shit up now. I don't think I'm on Etsy. What was the thing I was on? Because of Bowl of Chaos, I can't remember. Oh, it was Pinterest. This car's okay. It's not a knockout, but or at least so far. We'll see as this goes. All right. Lazarus Razors. Let's see what we come up with here. Ooh, it was -1 outside in Celsius, by the way. This thing is set to either British or Australian English. There we go. Lazarus Razors. 12 cells, and that's it? Really? That's all people have bought? You gotta be fucking shitting me. Well, I don't know what Bowl's production rate is, but I figured it sold more than that. I'm gonna 5-star rating, anyways. Oh, it just took me to his. Let's see what people had to say about Bull Rush's stuff here. It was Grace, November 12th, 2020. The seller had a glitch in preparation, expedited the shipping for a product when it was available to ensure I received on time. The item came as described, so beautifully put together. When hands down, buy from the seller again. Well, the whole point of getting a straight razor isn't that this going to be the last razor you ever need? I don't know. That's just me. Amazing customer service, kind and quick responses, very accommodating for the buyer's needs. All right. This guy creates collector's items. Well, he finds collector items and he brings them back from the dead, hence the name Lazarus Razors. Great. This is turning into an infomercial for Bull Rush's own show or his own stuff. Great value, just as described. Sharp and very fast shipper. Thank you for providing such a great service. There we go. Okay. Oh, well, he's only been on since 2020. Okay. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Let's see what we got here. American Razor's got one for 110. That looks nice. Royal Blue 5x8. Got some red ones. That's what I'm going to be looking for. Union Cutlery. Green is also a good secondary option. Yeah, cool. All right, cool. That's on my list. Laura says he sold about as many offsite, so I'm gonna guess that face to face or whatever. All right. Well, he can speak for himself there. Hello, Bull Rush. Welcome to the closing hour.
What's going on?
Not much. I figured since we're under about 8 or 9 inches of snow, I'd just go ahead and open some fucking porters and just talk into the microphone. Tonight was fucking fun, dude. Hey, what's going on in your neck of the woods? I heard it was what were you doing with single digit temperatures and black ice or some shit like that?
Right now. Oh, got feedback.
Who, me?
No, me.
Oh, you sound fine on my end.
Hold on a second.
Take your time. I ain't going nowhere. Boy, was just having issues. You know what? I still remember. While he's getting after it, I still remember he was on Let 'Em Burn and other shows and stuff, or Red Evening, all that stuff. It wasn't feedback, but you hear like echoes and stuff. Like it's the difference between if you're in a house that has no furniture versus like fully furnished. Like everything else absorbs the sound. You hear like his voice bouncing off the walls and shit. It'll hit the mic or whatever he was using. But whatever he got lately, within the last 2 or 3 months, like his sound is way better. For Let 'Em Burn. Look up Nick August on YouTube. By the way, Bull Rush is a co-host on that, same as Rob. Rob says, "What is he doing?" Okay. I thought I was going to be the one putting on the show. I guess I'm watching it. Boris just figuring out what's going on with his audio. I guess I could show what while he's doing that.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it.
Are you still getting feedback?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Let me come back out, drop and come back out.
All right, sure. All right. Well, while he's doing that, so I can do this here. Keith Burr, comedy, like my post. Apparently, he's up. He's in Kentucky, by the way. He was on one of the other kind of offline shows. It was online, but I never recorded it because I'm not recording right now. I'm not putting anything new, except just so you guys know, I did put the rough draft for what was it? 15-minute zombie or 15-minute philosophy zombie. That is up on the site now. I have not recorded my audio version of that. I have not put the pictures of it yet, but the actual writing is there. So if you guys want to check that out, go ahead. It's the latest post, and I think it's one of my more important posts to put up there. There was the 95% that I put up. There was Patriot that I put up. Well, I got quite a few important posts, actually. So, but definitely check that one out. I will get to that when I get to it. Probably by this Monday or Tuesday or something like that. I'm not sure when. But, yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's a very lengthy read, don't get me wrong. But it's well worth it. All right. Take number 2. You wearing reading glasses?
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know you were farsighted.
No, I have astigmatism.
Oh, okay. That would be the third thing. I was just guessing here. Sorry.
Do you have
I was just going to show this off, actually. While you were at it, like just your list here. I can't believe it took me that long to actually fucking look at your damn your Etsy site.
Oh yeah.
No, but sometime around the end of the month, like I got a lot of shit I need to take care of and pay off and stuff. So I'll see where I am at that point. Still pretty confident, at that point, I'll be able to get a razor from you. I see quite a few that I like, actually. What you got there?
That's my new one. I'm actually whenever you started, I'm on Etsy right now, getting this ready, the listing and stuff.
All right,
but that's the next one.
All right. I don't know. You want to describe that one to us? Whoever the hell's listening to this, you usually get at least 15 or 20 people that'll tune into this, and how long they tune in. I haven't looked at the analytics, but for what it's worth.
Let's see if that's better. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. So let's see what this is.
It's like a granite color or something.
Damn.
One could say, as the lingo has been going around, Bull Rush is, he's crushing his passion with the passion.
Oh yeah, this is just it's just a hobby. But that right there, can you hear me okay or what?
You sound great.
Oh, okay. So basically what this is, it's a Waterville Cutlery Company straight razor. And I'm kind of apprehensive. I really don't want to sell this. I kind of want to keep
it good, huh?
Well, I kind of want to keep it for myself because Waterville Cutlery Company is no longer around. It hasn't been around since like 1913, I believe.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yeah, that was the last year that they were in business from 1890 till 1913.
Not the longest of running companies, though. I mean, so you have all of your stuff per our previous conversations, they're all kind of pieces of history that you've kind of resurrected, and again, that's why I said the story was like, that's where the name comes from.
Well,
this is even more so.
The company was originally founded in 1843, but they produced straight razors from 1890 to 1913. The thing is, though, is that Waterville Cutlery Company is they're well known inside the straight razor community. They've produced some of the best straight razors as far as America goes than any other company. And the reason behind that is that way back when, I think probably the mid 1800s or a little bit later, like in the 1850s or 60s, there was an influx of German razor makers that immigrated here from Germany, and they started working for Waterville Cutlery Works, which is based out of Waterville, Connecticut.
Waterville. Okay, that name is starting to make a little more sense. It does sound a little bit Germanic. Yeah, and Germany, they're kind of known for they're known a little bit for their knives.
Yeah, Germany.
And give you a quick side story.
They're known for steel. They're known.
Are you familiar with what was it Cutco?
Oh yeah.
One of the and I used to work for them. That's how I know. One of the things that one of the company that they would compare themselves to is Henckels.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Henckels is a pretty decent brand, actually.
It makes some good knives.
Yeah, and actually showed I can't remember which way it goes, but they actually taught us how to spot counterfeit Henkel stuff. I think the original you could probably correct, because you probably would know this more than I would at this point, because my memory about that is completely shot. I think genuine Henkels, they had like the one guy with the staff or whatever the hell it was, and the counterfeit shit had like two of them. They had two guys there with the staff or something like that. Like that was their symbol.
Right. That's their brand.
Right.
I don't know what you call it, like your brand pick or whatever.
I don't
But
know.
yeah, actual Hinkle Knives, Hinkle Cutlery Company it's one of the oldest knife or cutlery makers in the world, from what I can remember.
No shit.
Oh yeah, they've been making knives for decades and decades.
Funny how Coco left that out. But then again, they're marketing their own shit, so I can kind of understand. Hey, I made some decent money from it. Got some badges and all that shit.
I think
I had some knives that I still wish I fucking had. I think they sell you like a starter set so you can, demonstrate shit. Like they give you, this isn't it. I still wish I had them. My folks actually have them, but like kitchen shears.
Yeah.
They do a whole demonstration when you do onboarding. They have their own version of kitchen shears, and what they'll do is they'll have you cut a fucking penny with them. Like they're that sturdy. And they have, what was it? They have their own special, so what was it? Double D edge or something like that. Basically, it's like some sawtooth edges. Basically, it's a upgraded version of serrated. It actually is a pretty good thing. They had what was it, just a little steak knife, and you can cut through goddamn rope with it. Now, I've gotten to the point where, I can get good quality enough steaks and cook them well enough that I don't have to cut through rope to cut through my damn steaks. But again, that's still pretty cool. I got to give them credit for that. But that's what they would compare themselves. That and Ginsu, I think, was the other one.
Yeah, it's Zwilling J. Hinkles. They used to make straight razors too. And
really?
Yeah, like really good straight razors, but they don't do it anymore. Hinkle straight razors are highly sought after inside the straight razor community.
I imagine if you got your hands on one of those, you also probably wouldn't want to sell that either.
If I got my hands on a decent one, like pre-1900s, I would not sell that. That would be going inside my personal collection.
All right, you do have a collection. I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah. So they started. So they're 290 years old. They're almost
Hinkles.
Yeah, Zwilling J.A. Hinkles. They've been making knives since 1731.
Holy shit! Yeah, this is about 30 or so years before this country was even a thing.
Yeah.
Damn, that's some history.
So let's see. Yeah, so Peter Hinkles registered the company.
You educate the chat. I'm gonna go grab another beer. I'll be right back. I can still hear you.
So Hinkles registered the company in 1731, making Zwilling Hinkles one of the oldest picture brands in the world. And then in 1818, he opened his first sales outlet in Berlin. Let's see.
Damn.
1851, they were awarded a prize at the World Fair in London. 1855, they were presented another award at the World Fair in Paris. 1883, they opened their first branch in New York under Graf Schmidt.
So he went to all the kind of just not important, just kind of out of the way places like Berlin and New York City and all that, way back when. Okay.
Yeah, they're
damn. He was not fucking around.
I want to look up something real fast.
All right. Just because I'm curious, I'm going to look up Cutco too, just to see. So I think, what did they started in 1955 or something? I mean, which that's, that's a pretty decent history. And if they're still around, let's find out. Because
if you look on Etsy right now, like the vintage Hinkles, they're going for like $70, and that's on those are what do you call them? Auction. That's like the auction.
Oh shit, that's the starting point.
Yeah, I tell you, they're very Hinkels are highly sought after. It's good German steel, and they're old, and they're
They're
really
still around, right?
as a cutlery company, yeah, but they don't make straight razors anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they bought out Dovo too. I'm not sure. I'll be right back. I'll let my
What
dog.
out who?
Dovo, they're a German. They're a German straight razor maker. They're still in business though. There's only a handful.
All right.
Yeah, there's only a handful of companies from the 1900s and back that are still open. You got Boker, Dovo, Hinkels. That's for the Germans. I think those are the only. Oh, and you got one in France. I just drew a blank on them, but they've been around for a long time too.
Listeners here are smart enough to go look that up and figure it out.
Yeah.
You say you need to go take care of something real quick?
Yeah, I gotta let my dog out. He's got to take a dump.
All right. Buller's going to do that, and I don't know. As far as Hinkles, I've never used them. I think I had one customer. It was a neighbor of mine actually, and they ended up buying a small set off me, and it's no small chunk of change, and I did make a fairly decent commission on that, and made for them. But I think they actually did have Henkel stuff, and they compared cutting and stuff, and I mean it's all dose dependent, it's application dependent, all that kind of stuff. I think some things maybe Cutco has done better. Some things that Henkel's has done better at, but it's hard to talk about. I think what was it, Henkel or Cutco, whatever. I'm looking at their website now. God damn it! You ship me a fucking. Now they got pop-ups. Okay.
Nice.
American-made knives, guarantee forever. That was one thing that was a selling point. Was like they have a forever guarantee. Like if you something goes wrong, it's like a defect or some shit like that or whatever. Like they will just replace it. No charge or no questions asked. And I think the example it gave was like you try to use one of their knives to open a paint can and you broke the tip off, they would only charge you like half of what it cost for it. I mean, so it's also still a solid product. Because I fucked up my audio here, or this is what I do because I don't have a fucking laptop that works. Super shears, that's what they're called. Okay. Hang on a second. I think we got something here. Jesus Christ, they're $117.
That's not a lot.
That's a lot for me, goddammit.
Yeah.
Well, my shares were like $5. They still work. I'm not kidding. There you go.
Yeah, my
They got a red handle now. Okay. Oh, shipping included. That kind of helps. I think we lost Bull Rush. That storm has gotten to him. All right. I'm still broadcasting, right? Hang on a second. Hello. All right, I'm still on. I don't know what happened to him. There he goes. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, my internet just cut out for some reason. That's weird.
Well, I don't know. That was a subject that I came up with, but it doesn't really matter. Like, don't know if the snowstorm has hit like every part of the country apparently this today or last night or whatever.
Yeah, but I have fiber optic cable. It's underground.
Oh. Well, shit. I don't know what to tell you then.
So they were founded in 1949.
What are you looking at?
Cutco's history.
Was it 1949? Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what?
1949. They make Yeah.
Okay, I see it. Yeah, since 1949, Cutco has probably made high-quality kitchen knives and products only in New York, and we're committed to keeping it that way. Okay, yeah.
They're the parent company of K-Bar Knives.
What?
Yeah. They used to oh man, I think they gobbled up Union Cutlery too. Because Union Cutlery was another one that used to make really good straight razors here in America.
No shit. All right.
There were some there were some companies back at the turn of last century in America that actually produced straight razors here, but the vast majority of straight razor makers were all located in Germany, France, England, and in the Netherlands, I think, or whoever the Swiss or the Dutch was.
Netherlands, yeah.
But the other maker I was talking about was Tears of Sard, and they're based out of France, and they make some really good straight razors. They've been doing so for a while, like a long time, and they're still in business too.
All right.
But their straight razors are not cheap. I think
the shit I'm looking at. I forgot how much this shit was. I forgot how expensive this shit was.
I think if you touch one for $200, the Tears of Sard, get it, because I don't think you don't find many of them below $200 because they're around the $200 mark.
Damn.
Yeah,
all right.
They're really good. I don't even own one. I want to own one, but I want to find a vintage one, but you can hardly find those goddamn things. Anyway, back to what all started this shit. So this is a Waterville Cutlery Company fucking blade. And the thing is, like, I've never seen this before because you can't see it on the screen, but it says Waterville Sapphire. And I've never heard of the of a straight razor that Waterville made called a Sapphire. But when I originally got this blade in the mail, it had like bluing all over it didn't have it all over the blade anymore. It had worn off over the years, but you could tell pretty much this whole area and the blade face, and it was all blued. It had like a bluing to it, like kind of like a gun.
Wow. I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, I had to take it off because it looked like shit. So I had to hand sand it all down and restore
all right.
everything. So, but here's a few things. The reason I don't know exactly, I couldn't find any information on this either. Like, I can't find anything on this.
Well, I was going to ask, how do you spell? Was it Waterville?
Well, no, Waterville. Yeah, it's
Waterville. Okay.
Yeah, it's Waterville. I can't find anything because I'm trying to place it as far as date and stuff, but I cannot find any information on this specific blade.
USA made, according to classicshaving.com.
But you can tell though, like, because one thing, it's got a Spanish. This is a Spanish point right here, where you see where it's kind of curved on the tip here. That's
on
called,
the bottom, or
no, just on the toe. This is the toe
on the top.
You see how it's curved like that? That's not
that's
not a barber's notch. That's what you call a Spanish point. Another thing too, you'll notice that this is a shoulderless fucking blade. It doesn't have like a little indentation right here. So usually when you see a rolled shoulder on a straight razor, it's going to be, more often than not, it's going to be pre-1900s.
That's what I'm looking at now. You got Etsy here, 1900s Waterville stuff.
But
all about classic razors.
I'm thinking this is pre-1900s. I'm thinking it's more like probably 1880s or 1890s. And you can also,
I got an ad that I pulled up here. Ask you $1,000 for a Waterville straight razor. Okay, this is back in September 16th, 2010. I'm just looking through what came when I looked up Waterville straight razors.
Yeah.
So no, you're not wrong. Like that's some pricey shit there.
Well, it depends. You can find NOS type straight razors, and that's why they're so expensive. Because if you can find what's called NOS, you can't call them mint condition because they're not.
What does NOS stand for?
I'm trying to remember. It's called new old stock. That's what it's called. That's what it stands for. New old stock.
Huh.
So basically, what that means is in the straight razor community, it's a brand new item. It's old stock, but it's never been used. Basically,
Oh, okay.
so you can't classify for having to do with for legal reasons. You can't classify as far as straight razors. You can't classify them mint condition, but you can say they're so get around on that as new old stock. So if you find a straight razor that's never been touched, it's still got the comes in a box with all their directions and stuff like that. That's when they start getting expensive. When they've never.
But it's essentially the same thing as what it sounds like.
What do you mean?
Like, or mint versus NOS, basically.
Right, but the thing about it is that you can't really call it mint because number one's for legal reasons, and you can still have new old stock of a straight razor. It's never been touched, and it can just it'll be worn for time conditions over the years.
All right.
So I think mainly for technical reasons, you can't call it mint. I needed to look that up because I never fully understood why people use that term.
I'm learning a lot right now. Dovo actually popped up as a in one of the ads for this.
Yeah. Dovo.
WCS is another one. Damascus straight because Damascus is always going to make an appearance. But I think that's a style of metal smithing, whatever it is.
Damascus steel is just what Damascus steel is. It's basically steel that's been folded over on itself. It's more of an aesthetic type of thing.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed. It's got those little lines and all that stuff on it, and that's it's still folding itself over and all that stuff.
Yeah, if you run across a straight razor that's Damascus steel, do not buy it because it is most likely shit, and don't shave with it. I mean, if you want to buy it just because it looks pretty, go ahead, but I would not use it. Yeah. And it's probably been made within the past. I mean, it's not a vintage blade or anything. I'll put it to you that way. It's not like a collector's item or anything either. You want to buy it just because it looks cool, that's fine. But
I had a question actually. Now you bring that up.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about like bigger blades and stuff? You think like knives or people get swords or short swords and stuff that are Damascus style or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know too much about that.
Well, I'm not gonna say they're fake. As far as swords are concerned, it depends. Like I know there's websites or even on Etsy that they have people they make knives. They forge knives by hand, and they actually make Damascus. They use the Damascus steel method in making the knives, and they're beautiful. But those are handmade knives, and they're usually pretty damn expensive.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna cost a pretty penny to do that.
Yeah, because I've seen. Well, I'm gonna say this though. One caveat: there are people who hand make straight razors that actually I have seen Damascus steel type straight razors, and they're fucking beautiful. But you're not going to touch one for less than like $500-600.
Yeah.
So, I've seen them go as high as well over 1,000. Because I've seen.
I can believe that. Yeah.
Go look up Mastro Levy.
Okay.
Mastro Levi, I think. It's Italian. They're Italian straight razor maker, but they make beautiful.
I got Mastro Levine, Mastro Levi.
Yeah,
Like the jeans.
Yeah, Mastro Levi.
Okay, hang on. I guess that's a detriment to having large hands and fingers and shit. He's on Twitter. He's holding a camcorder or something.
Hold on a second. No. Let's look up Mastro Livi.
Oh shit! This damn thing added a fucking E on me. Hang on. Mastro Levi Razor. I see Livi.
Yeah, that's the right one.
All right, here we go. Classical shaving. 2 ads for that. He's got a Facebook page. Oh, here's I got his page here. Mastro Levi Razors. Sounds French or something.
It's Italian.
Yeah, it was close enough. It was within the right continent. All right. It's gonna take a minute for that to pull up, apparently. If you have it, go ahead and fire away.
Do what?
I don't know. It's not pulling up for me. God.
Well, just look up. Just go to pics of his stuff, man, on images.
Okay. Images. What happened to Mastro Livy against the grain? I don't know what the fuck that means. AGT shaving. His website. No, his website isn't up anymore. Apparently.
No, you have to go through other retailers to get his stuff. But you can click on their websites. They probably have some.
All right. Okay, I'm looking. Okay, first thing that pops up was something of his Camisori Damascus. I'm going to assume that's what it says. Yeah. ClassicShaving.com, out of stock.
But look at what the price is for it, though.
Okay. Oh, everything that says Damascus is out of stock.
Yeah, but just look at the price, though.
Let's see if it pops up. Yeah, there you go. $950.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk about getting one razor, the end-all razors, man. That'd definitely be one of them for fucking sure.
Yeah,
right, that's working. Let me look at another one.
His stuff is not cheap.
Okay, I can kind of see the Damascus thing on the back of it. Usually you see it on the blade. I don't know why it's on the back. But, all right. I'm just used to buying and sharpening knives and maybe use them every once in a while. Not actually forging them, but let alone straight razors. That's completely out of my wheelhouse. But shit, good to know. Hey, whenever I start making millions off of this YouTube channel, like Red Sings the Blues. By the way, he hit 1,000 subscribers this week.
Oh, good for him. He's working his ass off, putting out a lot of content. So
holy shit, what does he do? Like 2-3 shows a fucking day?
Yeah.
I don't know what his fucking 9 to 5 is, but goddamn, I wish I had that kind of goddamn time. Like, hell, well, shit, it's later. It's past most people's bedtime, especially if you're on the East Coast. But like, I'm sure gonna put out content like on a weekly basis. Like, this guy's at it like every day, like twice, 3 times a day, like interviewing people and all kinds of shit. And that takes a lot of work, kind of in the background.
I'll show you another one too.
There's another one you're working on?
Yeah, I'm making a handle for it. See that scroll work on the spine of it.
What is going on there? That looks pretty gnarly.
Yeah, it's scroll work on the spine. This is a really good example of a Boker. This is a Boker.
I don't know what that is.
It's a German one I mentioned to you earlier. Boker. I told you it's
one of the companies.
Yeah, Boker's been around since I think the late 1700s making knives and stuff, and they still make straight razors today. But this is a good example. I think this is late 1800s or early 1900s. But they're another
Okay.
company. They're another company where their vintage straight razors, or their antique straight razors, are very sought after as well.
Okay.
But like this one here was trash, dude. Like this took me 3 hours to restore this some bitch.
Holy shit.
3 hours of hand sanding, and some took me like 3 hours to hand sand it, and probably like another 30 to 45 minutes to polish it up and stuff. But before then, it was rusted. It had like rust all over it, and it was you couldn't see any like clean metal on it on the any part of the on any part of that razor.
Damn.
It was rusted. It was patinaed real bad, and yeah, it was fucking nasty.
Real quick, because I know most of the terms for corrosion. I have not heard the term patina. What is that?
Like, okay,
Sorry to put you on the spot, but
you've seen well, I'll give you an example. You've seen Statue of Liberty, right?
Mm.
You know, it's kind of like that green color.
Yeah, because it was originally copper or brass or something like that.
Yeah,
that's the corrosion.
The whole thing. That's not corrosion. It's patina. Patina is just a nice way of saying corrosion. But sometimes on some metals, it can become corroded, and it's really not an accurate term, but it can get a patina on a discoloration from what the original or metal is, and it actually looks good.
Oh, I got you. Maybe
Like
this term that kind of goes on with galvanization, like with something that's like zinc covered.
Yeah.
A lot of nails are like that.
Right.
They'll take the corrosion that's there, and it kind of saves the rest of the nail from being corrupted or corroded or whatever.
Right. But you'll see it on silver, copper.
I think that's tarnishing, but okay. Now we're getting off into the weeds here. We're getting technical.
Yeah, but see, I'll look up the fucking definition. Let's see. Patina is a thin layer, variously forms on the surface of copper, brass, bronze, and similar metals. It's basically tarnish produced by oxidation or other chemical processes. There you go. It's basically just tarnish. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's pretty tarnish, All
right.
So patina and tarnish are synonymous.
Gotcha.
You do it on stone, wooden furniture.
No, you wouldn't want tarnish on silver. I know that, but I guess patina is a much nicer version, or it's a nicer version of it, I suppose. How much do you think? Well, you said you're still making the handle for that. Do you take requests actually?
Yeah, I do.
Shit. Okay. I don't know how much that one's going to cost, but hell, it looks gnarly. Like maybe I'll get that one. I want something black, red with a little bit of green in it. I'll just go up my school colors. That'd be fucking awesome.
I'm making this is an outline for one right now. That's
all right.
That's on Kyanite. It's the lava flow Kyanite. Because I've done 2 handles with that with straight, and they've sold fairly quickly. And then I'm gonna do same material Kyanite. It's like they call it True Blood. And
both I'm into. Lava in one hand, blood in the other. Shit, man.
And
how do I choose?
Because Rob bought one that had this on it with this kind of handle material. The one he bought, it had a True Blood, and he bought that thing within the hour of me posting it, because I posted it on Twitter, and he's like, "That's mine." Yeah, he's like, "That's mine." He bought it like 15.
That was quick.
Yeah, I was like, "Yeah, I just posted that thing." He's like, "Yeah, it's mine." All right.
How does the purchasing and because I'm just looking on this now. What's the purchase? So how would I purchase? Like, okay, I see this. Like, do I go with the PayPal? I just bought what was it? Who Claude's barbecue is?
That name sounds familiar. Do they have something in the? Do they sell something in the store like retail?
It's
Because
well,
it sounds really familiar.
hello. Hey, hang on a second. I'm gonna go grab the bottle.
All right.
Quick. Oh no, that's kill sauce. That's the wrong one. Here it is. Okay. It's this guy. Claude's Barbecue. And you're off and muted. I don't know if you went to take a piss or what.
No, I had to go. I had to go shut my back door.
Let the dog back in.
Yeah, because that cold was starting to hit me.
Oh, I
go,
see.
I had to go grab one of my kitchen knives to show you.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think I've seen that before. Really?
Yeah. So I mean, he had some sauce. He sells like hot sauces, marinades, all that kind of stuff, which I've gone real fucking stupid over ever since I ended up going to Safeway and they had like a million of them off. Like they were just getting rid of them, like they were selling them at a fire sale. So I just bought all of them.
Really?
Yeah. And he had that, and I was like, okay, I want to buy that. And basically, he goes through this process like, select what you want, put your shipping address, whatever, but you have to go offsite to pay for it. Basically, you have to go on PayPal and just send it to them directly. There's no payment option
Oh,
to his website. And so it took me a minute to figure it out. I was like, this is just some guy on Twitter that I know and I follow. He's pretty cool. I enjoy his content. Like, all right, I can waste the $34. If nothing comes of it, no biggie. Maybe I'll flag him or something. But seems cool. But I get no notification. I send him a screenshot. I was like, "Hey, I paid you over PayPal."
Well, he should get, if he's got a PayPal account, he should get a something in his email or some kind of notification.
I'm sure. You would get that. Yeah, you're right. But I with the extra stuff was like, "Oh, here you go."
Because I was using
like 2 days later, like this box shows up. Now the problem was this one. I think it's the Just Stupid sauce, which is pretty good, by the way.
Yeah, because whenever I first before I had my Etsy account, that's how I was having people pay me was through PayPal.
All right.
I had a PayPal account. I made one real fast. And that's how I was having like Chest and Nick August. That's how I had them pay me. Actually, Nick was my first like requested job. Yeah, because he was wanting a straight razor that had like a real dark ebony wood handle, and I finally found.
Just get dark in here.
Yeah, but the problem was at the time I couldn't find any ebony wood.
No.
That was thin enough to make razor handles with, because the ebony that was available was being used for like turning blocks and shit.
No, I was going to ask in Houston, you can't find any ebony, but then you added the, that's thin enough. Wait, what was the question? So sorry, we were talking about razors. Okay. No, yeah, no, I get you. I understand. I mean, there's that kind of stuff, but point being, he had his own payment method. And hey, literally like 2 days later, a package shows up. Now, the only problem was, whatever reason, I guess USPS handled this wrong. So the private stock that was why I fucking ordered it. That bottle was broken, but this one was fine.
Yeah, dude, I cannot stand the U.S. Postal Service. They are public enemy number one around this fucking place.
Really?
With me, yeah.
Tell me, have you? I guess I haven't had too many issues with them. I actually had a PO box with them for a time, and I don't know. Maybe it's different up here. I don't know, but they're fairly easy to work with. They're government workers, to be fair. There's that caveat, but they haven't been that difficult for me. I guess it's different down there in Houston.
Yeah, I think it's location dependent. I'm sure some places do a better job than others.
Hell, even L.A. and Inglewood, they're not all that bad.
Oh, really?
Oh, I mean, you get kind of like the DMV thing, the sassy black women, but even they're not all that hard to work with. Like they'll do shit like I don't know if you know about this, but I don't know if they have it. I'm sure they have it down there since it's a federal service, but I still remember one of the things that I shipped off. And this is getting really into a side tangent, but I had this car. It was a 91 Mazda Protege. It was my first ever stick shift car. There's a kitchen knife, chef knife.
Yeah, it's a chef's knife. It's a Kangshan. See that?
Why does that sound familiar?
They're a fairly popular knife maker. I think they're out of, I don't know where they're located. I don't want to say China, but I think they're Hong Kong or Taiwan or some shit. But
big difference there.
Yeah, it is. But the thing is they're actually they're really good, man. I've been using their knives. I've had these for a couple years, and they're really good. They're made out of Swedish Sandvik steel. And
never heard of it.
Well, go look it up. It's really good steel. Really good steel. This particular is type. It's a 14C 28N. Basically, what the C is carbon, and the 28N, the N is nitrogen.
Oh yeah, nitrogen. That's an interesting thing. I know a little bit about metallurgy.
Yeah.
And how you classify steel and stuff. Going back to Cutco, like what was their thing? It was like high carbon stainless. Like it has the backing of like the internals is like high carbon steel, so it can retain that sharpness. But high carbon steel, it's more prone to being rusted. Stainless kind of has the opposite of things, so they kind of blended it together. Swedish steel.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna look up see the steel.
Yeah, so any kind of high carbon steel is going to be extremely susceptible to rust and oxidation.
Masono, was that the brand?
What?
Masono, or what was it?
No.
Oh, that's what popped up. That's why I'm asking.
Kangshan, Kangshan.
Changshan. Oh, it actually corrected my spelling. That's good.
There you go.
Yeah, I know I can't spell for shit. There you go. I got a block of knives here. Oh, I'm still in images. That's right.
Idiot.
It looks like there aren't many great matches for your search. Oh, okay, thanks, asshole.
It's Kangshan.
Shan.
Yeah.
It's good I'm not live doing this shit. This would be embarrassing. There we go. Now I got it. TC series. Sandvik?
Yeah. Spelling on that. S-A-N.
It's got SANDVIK.
Right. Yeah, I ordered the S series from Kangshan. But I ordered all my knives like per piece. I didn't go and get like the woodblock set. I cannot stand woodblock knives. If you want good knives, don't ever buy knives that appear in a woodblock.
Okay. I'd love to hear why, actually, because I've sold several like that.
The reason being, number one, woodblock knives. If you stick a fucking when you get done with your cleaning your knives and stuff, sticking them inside a wooden block, you never clean those slots out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes sense.
You get shit on those knives, after a while, it's going to get inside but it's going to go inside the slot, the slot inside the block. And I've never seen one like clean out there. Just get you what I did was I got a stand, but it's made for knives. It's a flat piece of hickory, and it's magnetic. It has magnets in it. Okay.
I was just about to. Well, I don't need to show and tell.
I'll show it to you real fast.
All right. Why don't we all take a break here? I'm going to take a piss. Bulrush is going to go grab that. And I'm going to go grab another beer. Be right back.
I'm back.
I can hear you. I'm just going to go grab my last porter here and maybe some tequila or something. Be right back. Give me a second. Ow. I was going to forget the damn bottle.
Are you fighting a fucking dragon or something? What are you doing? You sound like you're having a hard time. Like a really hard time.
Dude, I drink a lot. Not just booze, but water too.
Well, that's good.
One of the things I was going to tell Morgan over at roguepreparedness.com, but apparently she had other things to do today, so we didn't do our she started her podcast back up again. But
oh, yeah?
She had other things to do. Whatever. And that shit happens.
Basically, what I was talking about, this is what I have. It's a stand. It's a wood block stand for knives, but it's open. So I'll show you real fast. So, for example, boom.
Fucking nice.
Yeah. So that's what I use.
I'll show you what I got real quick. It does not compare to that at all, and I'm not even using it right now. But hang on a second. I just got to lay on the ground here. Been in this place 8 months now. I still haven't gotten it sorted out the way I wanted to, but that's because I'm lazy and nobody's making me, so I don't care. I gotten these. I was kind of along the same line.
Yeah,
This is a magnetic thing, and I had this at the old place, like 2 of these, and that's what I would set my put my knives on. And you're right about that. Definitely, it's not as nice as yours. Let me know where the fuck you got that, by the way, because that's fucking badass.
I got off Amazon.
All right, I'll look for it on Amazon. But yeah, I mean, as far as what you're saying, I guess as far as the blocks of knives. By the way, I was looking at whatever the Chang Chin or whatever is.
Mm-hmm.
Less than $350. I don't know if that includes shipping. That's definitely cheaper than what you would get anything off of. From what I saw, it's cheaper than what you would get from Cutco.
Yeah, and these are probably. I would put these up against Cutco's knives any day too.
All right, fair. But no, my point being. You're right about the hygienic side of that. Nobody's going to go in there like sticking, like some fucking brush or something to clean that block out. And by the way, the wood blocks yourself, you're not wrong about that. The wood itself is probably going to be holding bacteria, mold, or whatever.
Well, another.
You would argue that you would.
Reason,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say another reason you don't want to buy wood block knives because you're overpaying for fucking knives. Okay, they put knife makers do that for stupid people. That's why like wood block sets, that's for dumb people. Okay, because number one, you don't need all the shit that they put in there most of the time.
Okay.
You don't need all those knives. So, like on my block.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So, my kitchen knives consist of this. This is Santoku. This is a really good chopper. Really good chopper.
Santoku, that's pretty much what I use. That's almost all I use for if I need to cook a process or cut something.
So I use a Santoku. I use a chef's knife. I have one paring knife, and I have a fillet knife, and then I have about 5 or 6 or 4 or 5 dedicated steak knives.
All right.
So, and that's just for dinner and stuff like that. The steak knives, but like just for chopping stuff up, because if you consider the vast majority of knives or what you're going to be doing inside of a kitchen, you only need like 2 or 3 knives to do them with.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Actually, I was thinking more of the simplistic route and thinking shipping. Like, okay, going back to Claude's Barbecue, this bottle costs $17.
You're usually chopping, slicing, or filleting food inside of a kitchen. I don't understand why they put, but mostly in block sets, you'll get like a butcher's knife. You don't need a fucking butcher's knife. Most people don't.
You're probably not hunting your own meat.
Well, you're never going to have like a slab of meat that you're have to like hack through bone with. Motherfucker, you're going to be getting deboned food most likely from the grocery store. And if it is a large piece of meat with bone in it, if they have a butcher there, the butcher will cut it up for you.
Or you can cut around it.
Well, I would have the butcher do it because it would save me time and wear on my tools, on my knives. Use their shit. Well, not yours.
I was gonna say, let this again. 2021 is it's saying 2020. Hold my beer. We're gonna see how far we get down that path. But you're 100% right. I was gonna throw cheese knife in, but even that's getting kind of frou. And you can use a steak knife for that.
They give you like a bread knife. No, you don't need a bread knife.
No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Unless you're getting real specific, like you're going over to a girl's house or something, and you're making like, I don't know, lasagna and French bread or something.
Well, it's just the thing is like if you have a chef's knife, like this one here, this chef's knife. This is really the workhorse of any of all your knives. Like the vast majority of stuff of activities you're gonna do with a knife, you're gonna do with a chef's knife. Or a chef's knife can perform.
Can I see your chef knife again? I just want to see something real quick, like the handle specifically.
Oh, it's a pretty basic look.
Okay,
I love it though.
Right.
The reason I like it though, is because it's big enough for my hand, and it's
that's why I asked, because that's why I prefer the Santoku knives.
Yeah, this is
even some of the chef's knives that I had, like.
But you can see though this is a full tang knife. So this steel, it's all one piece of fucking steel. Okay.
Definitely prefer full tang. Definitely.
Yeah, you always want to get full tang, and it's just weighted so well. It's got a wonderful weight to it. It's weighted, it's back heavy. Yeah,
that's good.
I just love it.
The reason I asked, and the reason I prefer Santoku knives is because, like you said, like
they're
we're about the same size. I think we're about the same height. I don't know if our builds are the same. I think you're bulkier than I am, but I definitely have the hands. My hands are too big to, try to cut, like big or even medium-sized cuts of meat without my hand hitting the fucking cutting board or whatever surface I'm cutting it on, So when Santoku knives finally became a thing, like I immediately jumped on that.
Well, most people don't know how to hold a knife properly when they're chopping. Go look up, when you get a chance, go on YouTube and look up how to properly hold a kitchen knife for slicing and chopping stuff. Most people don't do it correctly, and that's why they get.
You could probably count me along that list.
Yeah, you probably do. Because you want
I
to.
probably fucked
Most
that
people
up. Yeah.
grab the handle and shit like this, and they start slicing. But
You know what? You're right, because I probably did that.
this is usually about the proper way to hold a knife.
Yeah.
When you're chopping.
Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, you're not grabbing it like a fucking combat knife. You're doing more. It's not exactly surgical work, but it's at least in that kind of gray area between the two. That makes any sense. And to go back to your point there. I mean, I've worked in kitchens, sort of. I've never actually worked as a cook, but I've worked with them, and I see what they use. Like. Which side is it? This shirt, Tiger Bar Cafe. That's where I worked, and they kept my ass, employed and had a roof over my head and food and all that shit. So, and they're still cool people. They took a risk on me when nobody else wanted to during that shoulder season. But yeah, I worked there. They didn't use a ton of fucking knives. They didn't have a block of knives. To get back to your point. They had like 3, 4, maybe 5 knives or something like that. And even some of those, they were kind of like back. It was like, okay, I lost this chef knife. Here's the backup.
Well, the thing is, like, especially in a professional kitchen and stuff, you're gonna be using probably, especially with a chef's knife. You're gonna use about for 90% of your activities that happen inside of a kitchen. And if you're in a professional kitchen, you're gonna need multiple chef's knives, especially because over the time of the day, over a day, they get dull, and you don't have time to touch them back up.
Right, with the circular sharpener or whatever the hell it is.
Well, I hope it's a piece of sharpening steel. It's like a long rod, and it's a long metal rod.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's a sharpening steel, and those come in various grit levels and stuff like that. They're not all the same, but yeah, you don't have most professionals in a kitchen. They don't have time to sharpen their fucking knives until at the end of the day or end of their shift.
No, especially during a rush. Ask me how I know.
Right. So they have to keep. That's why they have multiple knives. And they prep them the day before or the following night to be ready the next day. So they'll probably have 3 or 4 chef's knife ready to go, in case one goes down, because the rate of use inside this kitchen is really high, It
is, yeah.
So that's why they keep multiple knives in there.
And now, again, back to your point, now we're talking about redundancy. They have quite a few knives, but they all serve the same purpose.
Yeah. Well, especially the chef's knife. Chef's knife's, like I said, it's going to do like 80-90% of your work, and that you're going to need a knife for anyway. Unless you're doing like deboning, stuff like you're going to need like a fillet knife around for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or if you're working on something small, you're going to need a paring knife for like vegetables and stuff like that and shit. But
that's more specialized shit.
Yeah, but for the vast majority of stuff that you do in a kitchen, you'll need a knife for. It's going to be your chef's knife. It's the workhorse of the kitchen.
All right, I'll have to get another chef knife again.
Yeah, if you have to, whenever you start buying knives, your first knife needs to be a chef's knife. At the very minimum, have a good chef's knife in your kitchen somewhere. If you want to get to, but at least have one, and then you can start building your collection after that. I would say get a chef's knife. The next, you want to get a really good paring knife.
That's it for your shooting vegetables, though. Well, I'm sure there's other uses you could use for that.
Well, yeah, you can use your paring knife for a lot of stuff, but that paring knife is going to be what you use for small stuff, like doing potatoes and fucking stuff like the cubing up potatoes and stuff like that, cubing up meat, just basically small detail work. That's what you're going to need a paring knife for.
Detail work, yeah, that was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, small detail work is the paring knife. big chopping stuff is for the chef's knife. You get those two, and then you're off to a good start. If you want to get a serrated knife, I'm not a big fan of serrated knives just because I keep all my knives sharp, and there's not going to be a serrated knife out there sharper than what I can make mine. But that's just me.
Yeah.
I sharpen I sharpen all my kitchen knives. I maintain them very well. Then after that, if you want to get a Sentoku knife, it's not necessary, but it's nice to have. Sentoku.
It is nice to have. I'll tell you that.
They make
serrated. Back to serrated. You can sharpen them. It's just you actually need to know what the fuck you're doing when you sharpen them. Like it's a lot more specialty to sharpen serrated than it is just a straight edge.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass as well. Mess with them. I mean, I can do it. You just need you need like a microfile system or a set of microfiles, but you can do it. I don't fuck with them. So
I don't blame you. I mean,
like all my steak knives, all my steak knives are they're not serrated. They're straight edge.
I don't need to get on that train. Like, do I have one of my straight or my steak knives on hand here? There's one. It's just an example. And keep in mind, I just went cheap. And the reason I went cheap is because I was testing the quality of the steak I was getting. I actually, for a while, like, I was just using plastic knives. Like, that was my test. It was the plastic knife. They're like, okay, if I get a good enough cut of steak and I cut it right, or, if I cook it right, rather, then I should be able to cut it with just damn near anything. So this is a longer version of it. It's like one of these little ones you get from Walmart, serrated. I think I sharpened it at some point, but it's a little $2 one. This was probably free because it's a little bit longer. But
if you're doing a steak, like unless you marinate that steak a long time and then slow cook it for a few hours, it's not going to be that tender. In order to get meat tender, especially beef, you have to cook it on a low heat for a long time, for like hours. That's how you get, like pulled pork and brisket and stuff like that. If you want it to be like just like buttery soft, fucking just fall off the bone, that's how you do it. If you're doing like a T-bone on a grill, on like a charcoal, if you're doing a steak or like a ribeye on like a grill or something like that, or in a skillet, that's high heat real fast, and there's no meat that you're gonna make tender cooking it like that.
That's the reason I brought that up. I've been able to do that. Maybe I got really good plastic knives or something. Well, I didn't skimp on those. I actually got pretty decent ones, but that's how I know. Again, maybe it's a different game. They weren't straight edge. A straight edge, that'd be a whole different thing. Because the edge will have to be really good, and like you said, it would have to be really tender to do that. But I mean, that's where that test came from. And I actually was able to actually pull that off. This was back in not early, but mid 2015 when I first moved into my own damn place with the Hot Russian X. We're talking about USDA prime meat, top sirloin, ribeyes, New strip.
Damn. Fucking focus.
Oh, I could see it. It looks good to me.
It's the handle is made from Thunderstorm Kevlar.
Thunderstorm Kevlar?
Yeah, that's what they call it. It's basically like it's woven Kevlar, and it's kind of similar to micarta. So
isn't most Kevlar woven?
Yeah, it's woven, but it's woven.
Or all of it?
It's woven Kevlar, and you don't see it on the screen very well, but it's got like tiny little brass filaments woven in with the Kevlar.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
that means it might pass through TSA security.
But it's like it makes the little brass filaments in it make it all sparkly and shit. But I posted that yesterday morning. And that bitch sold like at 10 o'clock my time, like 10, 11.
Oh, shit.
It sold real
Somebody
fast.
had a good idea for a Valentine's Day gift. There you go. Get that for your ladies. Sparkly, you know.
Well, no, not really, because like the person that bought it, they live in the UK.
They don't celebrate Valentine's Day there?
Well, it's going to take several days to get there, and plus they paid like
I see what you mean.
they paid $45 for the shipping. Man, I was like, damn, you really wanted that thing.
All right. Hey, if they're paying,
yeah,
no.
I mean with tax, shipping, and everything like that, it came out to over $200 for the straight razor. I'm like, yeesh.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's impressive.
yeah, they really wanted that. So
By all means, yeah. You know what? Again, if they're paying, give them what they want.
yeah, I'll give them. Yeah, so I'm gonna clean it up real good and polish the blade up, and well, I'm gonna sharpen it. I'm gonna put a good edge on it, and then clean it all up and polish it up, the blade up and everything, and send it off to him.
Just to make this point real quick, you know, we talked about Rob earlier. You know, he bought one of yours pretty much sight unseen, and he tried it out. And Rob is a guy like he went bald, and he's embraced that lifestyle, and there's nothing wrong with that. If I ever go bald, I'll probably do the same thing. Luckily, at least you can still grow the facial hair as best I can. But he actually used the damn thing on his head, and he never does that with anything that he's bought sight unseen. And you know, he was satisfied with that. So that's a testament to Bull Rush's work there.
That's a testament to my sharpening skills.
Yeah,
because the thing is, like, you have to have a very good edge on a straight razor, and you have to know what you're doing. Most people if they've ever used a straight razor and they've had a bad experience with it, it's usually because the edge was not shave ready. Even if you get if you buy one from like Dovo or something, some of these other retailers, even Boker, they'll say it's shave ready, but more often than not, they're not. You know, they're not. They don't. By my standard, they don't have a shave ready edge on them. They say they do, but they really don't.
that kind of bothers me. You know, okay, fine, maybe that's the mainstream thing. Like they did it. You know, maybe they did it off factory or
it's a
they had
fact.
line work or something like that. You know, and I can kind of understand that, but. To your point, I'm kind of the same way, man. I'm kind of anal or perfectionist as far as that goes. You know, if it's not the best that I could possibly make it, then I'm not shipping it out there. Or it's like the same with my car or whatever. If I'm doing maintenance or something on it, unless it's the best I could possibly make it, I'm not okay in it. You know.
Well, the thing with a straight razor, with the edge of the blade, the sharpness of it, even if you use it, because the first thing I do, I'll get one and try it on my arm hair. It should razor edge should be able, whenever you use it on your on hair, on your facial hair or whatever hair on your body, it should glide effortlessly through the hair. Like it shouldn't be skipping or anything like that. You should see the hair just fucking fall.
Exactly.
You might hear like a tink 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 like that. That's the hair on a properly sharpened blade. It'll go tink 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 because it is breaking. It's just getting shaved the fuck off. Like that's how sharp it is.
Right. That's the thing, and that's the thing about anything that's sharp. Now, different implements. You know, we talked about machetes, but it's a little bit of a different thing because it's meant for a lot more heavier duty. But you know, for precision work like straight razors or X-Acto knives or surgeon's blades or whatever, you know, or just cooking. You know, bring back to Cutco for a minute. That's a point they also made, is that sharper knives are a lot safer knives. Why are they safer when they're sharper? Because you're not exerting as much effort to cut whatever you need to cut.
Yeah, you should, especially even on kitchen knives, you should not have to exert very much force at all. Actually, on a properly sharpened knife, and the same thing with a straight razor, the weight of the blade itself should do most of the work. Same thing with a straight razor. The weight of the blade of the straight razor should do most of the work. Like, you shouldn't have to be forcing it at all, hardly. You're just sitting there, you're just holding it and just guiding it, you know. And
especially even if it's like what you said about your chef knives, that's perfectly weighted. It's like it's bottom heavy. It's heavier in your hand. Like the weight isn't in the blade.
You'll notice it. You'll notice it when you get a good, well-made knife, chef's knife or kitchen knife. You will notice the difference automatically, because that all my knives are fucking razor sharp kitchen knives, and they do most of the work for you. Like the weight of the handle, the blade, and everything. It just glides through. Like tomatoes, it glides through tomatoes. Potatoes, tomatoes, no, okra, even the tough shit like cauliflower and broccoli, doesn't matter. It just glides through it whenever you're cutting it. It just effortlessly almost. Like you
just reminded me of some Southern cooking, and I kind of want some okra now, even though I don't eat that many vegetables. I like okra, actually.
I don't like okra that much. I was never.
It's. I hate to say it, but it is kind of acquired taste. It depends on how it's cooked, really.
No,
I didn't like it all that much, but
I've had it cooked all kinds of ways. I just still don't like it. It's just.
I don't blame you.
It's not how it's made. It's just the way it is. I just don't like it. I don't like the texture of it. I don't like the way it tastes. There's other vegetables though I like, so it's fine. You're not gonna like everything.
No,
I like cabbage. Like I love cabbage.
Cabbage, I'm impartial to, and I guess the reason is because I don't know if you knew this. Big staple over in the Eastern European countries. So Hot Russian actually would cook that. Every so often she wanted to make one of her home style dishes or something.
Yeah, cabbage is because I have an aunt who's Russian. She's originally from Russia, and she was a ballerina over there, and in her younger years. But yeah, that's like one of their main dishes is she makes a really, really good like a stewed cabbage. God almighty, dude. She only makes it during Christmas time though. It's the only time she makes it. And
did she ever make one of those Russian salads for you? Because I think beets is in there. That's one.
No, but her mother did. Her mother made a garlic carrot salad. Oh my god, dude, that shit was so. I was married. Salad. Yeah, it's a garlic carrot salad, and that shit was just awesome. I almost proposed to her mom, dude. I was like, I'm gonna take this bitch home. Her mom doesn't know much English, so. And she was kind of.
And the problem is.
And she was kind of. Well, it's funny because like we were sitting there at Christmas dinner eating. I was just sitting over there like moaning and shit, eating her, and her mom was getting freaked out. She's like, "Is he all right?" And
he's all right.
My aunt was like, "Oh yeah, he really likes your because I love garlic anyway, but like the way she made that, man, it was so good. I told her, you come back next year and make me more, and she's like, okay."
Nice. I can't. I think there was garlic in whatever the hell she made, but
yeah,
it's pretty nice. Like eggs, mayonnaise, and carrots. I think was in there.
Yeah, but
beets was in there and all that kind of stuff.
My aunt makes a stewed. It's a Russian stewed cabbage, and she uses like a whole head of cabbage. I told her to pump it up and do two because especially if I'm going to be there because I'm going to eat at least one head of cabbage by myself.
Leave some for someone else.
No.
Or at least make some for someone else.
No. Just make it for me. Fuck that turkey. Fuck the ham. I'll eat the stewed cabbage. I'll eat all of it.
That's a real testament to what ultimately is a side dish, and like we're going for that. All right. That's I'll give that to the Roos. They got talk about turning lemons into lemonade. They're literally giving lemons damn near as far as their nutrition shit goes, and goddamn did they turn into fucking lemonades, man. You gotta
cabbage is a substantially it's as far as it's an extremely nutritious or nutrient dense fucking vegetable.
I never looked into that actually. About other things I have to focus on, like kale and beef and broccoli and other shit, you know, and
Kale-
spinach and stuff.
Pretty much any kind of leafy green vegetable is going to be very good for you. Kale, spinach. I like spinach.
Spinach, you're gonna want to get off of, and I want to tell you why. I won't go into the anti-nutrient thing. Actually, it's pretty self-explanatory. But you know what oxalates are?
Yeah, they're not good.
Look up oxalates and kidney stones.
Yeah, I know the correlation.
Okay.
That's another thing. Like, if you can also replace that with collard greens.
Collard greens is a superior version of kale. I've said that before. Collard greens, mustard greens, whatever the fuck the third one is. And I still remember, what was it? My mom-in-law up here, my father's wife. I just name her that to kind of keep her anonymous. She's a good person, definitely a very good person. That was the one who is immunocompromised because she had kidney fucking transplants and fought off COVID in like 3 or 4 fucking days.
Mm-hmm.
She has this recipe. It's called kale soup.
Yeah.
Obviously it has kale in, but it has like, what is it? Cream cheese. It starts with like beef broth, Italian sausage, and sauteed onions. And it's a whole recipe that I've done before. It's very fucking good. But it is. It's very good. Like, and I've made several versions of for myself, but what I replaced the kale with was greens. And it was like a pack of, it was like 3 different greens.
Yeah, and the thing about like collard greens, they're cheap as shit, dude. And those are another nutrient dense vegetable.
Yeah, and I've looked at the nutrition facts on both of those. Now, whether there's anti-nutrients or lectins or whatever the fuck is, usually that's in vegetables. All that aside, yeah, the greens, they're a superior version with K2, I think, is really touted for kale, and it's in collard greens and mustard greens and all that stuff. Vitamin A, which you have to convert that over to beta retinol, and other things. Collard greens is a lot better, and it's a lot softer, has a better texture, has a better taste to it. The reason I have to cook the kale so much is because you ever tasted raw kale? It ain't good. It's like eating fucking paper.
Yeah.
Even collard greens kind of raw, like it's pretty okay. And if you looked at how at least my folks would cook it, they'll cook it in a fucking pressure cooker. You know? So it has to actually be processed in order to be pretty damn good. And God knows how many things you're cooking out of that. Now, if you're cooking in a soup, you know.
Well, with the collard greens, you have to wash them really well because collard greens grow on the ground. So they might have dirt on them, which is fine. I mean, but you just
wrong with that.
You have to wash them, just
gives you extra minerals.
Wash them. Well, you don't want to
No, you're right. You're right.
But you just wash them real well.
Yeah, you do have to wash them, actually. Yeah, you're right. I always wash mine. But yeah. Yeah, if I had a choice between greens or kale, greens all the way, man. Similar nutritional profile, I think much better taste and probably better, even with the anti-nutrient side of plants. But
I'm not real worried about that because, like, the thing, especially with dark leafy green vegetables and stuff like broccoli, cauliflower, all those, the benefits outweigh the non-benefits.
Broccoli, definitely boil that too. That does get a lot of the bad stuff out of broccoli. You can eat it after that. It's fine.
I just pressure cook all my vegetables.
Okay, there you go. That would do it.
I usually pressure cook them. I usually pressure cook them in butter and garlic sauce.
There you go. Now we're speaking. This is something I actually, now that I think about it, I was on Instagram before this, and I follow a lot of health people, like the keto people, the carnivore people, and you know what Paul Saladino is?
No.
He's known on the social medias as Carnivore MD. He actually is a practicing
Oh.
medical doctor. Same with Sean Baker.
Yeah, I don't like the thing about the keto and all that stuff, man. It's like, yeah, they're all diets and stuff, and they probably the fundamental thing behind the diets for losing weight, because like there's different diets for different things, but like most people do a diet or do a food lifestyle change to lose weight. Most of that stuff is, you can dress it up any way you want, but it's the fundamental thing behind them and why they work is because of calories in, calories out, and calorie deficits. That's the reason. That's the only way you really lose weight is through calorie deficit.
That's the way you lose weight. When I talk about, actual physical health, whether it's through diet or through nutrition or weightlifting, whatever, it's body composition that I try to get people to get on, not necessarily losing weight. You got to keep in mind, muscle weighs a lot more than fat does.
It weighs.
And your body stores fat for a reason.
It's harder. It's denser than fat. It consumes more calories at a resting state than anything else. It's actually having muscle mass is very taxing on your body. Your body does not like to carry a bunch of muscle mass around because it costs a lot of resources for your body.
Yeah.
And
that was exactly the reason until all of you and Joe Dolio and everyone else kind of pressured me into it, because apparently I got toothpick legs. Like now I'm actually starting to go for hypertrophy just to see if I can fucking do it.
You can do it.
I'm about 7 or 8 pounds, by the way.
Yeah, you can do hypertrophy. The thing is like your body doesn't like doing it because our body.
It's expensive.
It's expensive. Yeah, exactly. It's expensive to build muscle and to maintain it. So, and it's always going to be easier to store and maintain fat cells. That's why you get fatter faster than you can build muscle. Like you can build faster muscle.
Right. And
besides, like adipose tissue, the adipose cells are actually like fuel cells, where your muscle cells aren't. Your muscle cells really aren't. They're not fuel cells. They're fucking work cells.
Exactly. That's why your body goes catabolic unless you have enough protein in your diet, because your body break that down because it's more expensive. Right. And to further that point, now we're really getting into fucking weeds here, but I don't care. My damn show. Calorically speaking, fat is the most energy dense form of the way your body can actually store energy. That's why you don't store carbs.
No, actually,
because you'd be like 500 fucking pounds instead of, I don't know, 400, 300 pounds as some of these fucking people walking around here are.
I think ketones are more they're more fuel dense than adipose cells.
Well, those would be, but those are used fairly quickly, and those are kind of made. I'm just worried. I'm talking just the macros here. So you're right about that. But just to go back, what the fuck were you talking about? As far as what he's going. Okay, that's what I was going. Okay. So here's the thing. I kind of got inspiration from you, actually, of all people. I think this is going back to when we were talking about martial arts and other shit like that. I was like, okay, we could talk about karate, we could talk about big maps, we could talk about maybe Aikido or something else like that, because that has its own value, whatever. Wing Chun, whatever. When you start getting to Kung Fu, that was the reason that karate ended up becoming a thing in the first place. Like, all right, I ain't got time to take 10 years to fucking learn one goddamn fist, And in their defense, that was their religion, that was their philosophy, that was their lifestyle, and that's the reason they took all that time to learn all this stuff. But hey, we're getting invaded now. We need some shit to fight with now. And therefore karate. And it's the same thing with religion, or not religion. Well, I guess that too, but same thing with dieting on stuff. Okay. You guys are getting way the fuck up in the weeds, okay. Bacon and chicken, as it's commercially produced, it may have higher levels of polyunsaturated fat, which or linoleic acid, relative to the heritage breeds and all that shit. And talk about Paul Saladino here. It's like, and that shit is bad, and he's not wrong about that. And don't get me wrong, he's not wrong about that. It's like, but hang on a second. We got much bigger problems to deal with here. How many people are eating a shit ton of bread? How many people are eating a shit ton of added sugar? How many people think, feeding their kids fucking Cheerios is heart healthy when all that shit is fucking grain and goddamn sugar and goddamn milk? Like, maybe your audiences are advanced enough to the point where you can talk about this. And there's a reason I brought that up. I was talking to somebody earlier. What the fuck was it? They were talking about the difference between grain finished and grass finished beef. You know anything about that?
Well, grass fed versus grain fed. I know, like, well, the thing is, like, whenever you raise cattle, like beef cattle, before you have them slaughtered, what you do is you fatten them up on grain, like the last couple months before you take them to the slaughterhouse. You fatten them because you get paid by weight. So what ranchers have been doing for decades and decades, they've been it's called grain finishing. You finish the beef stock out with grain. You feed them grain and they get fat, basically.
Right. That's where you get a lot of marble.
Up until then, typically you want to feed them good grass to build up that muscle mass and stuff like that, and make them good and strong.
Exactly.
So you grass feed them for most of their life, and then at the very end, the last few months, you feed them grain, you get them fat.
Exactly. I couldn't say that better myself.
You build up that adipose tissue, which is good because that's what you want. Because the fat and stuff on meat is what keeps it moist and stuff whenever you cook it.
Exactly.
It's called marbling. It's fat, but everyone calls it marbling. So.
I couldn't say it any better myself, so I'm going to leave that the way it is. Boris explained it perfectly.
Well, we used to raise cattle whenever I was a kid. So.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, cattle.
I was going to say,
fucking hogs and all kinds of shit.
Well, I was going to say, the reason I know a lot of this is because I've talked to people who worked on ranches, like ranches in Nebraska, Kansas, Texas, all this kind of places. There was a caller that called into the Tom Leykis show to explain a lot of this stuff. That's what kind of got the ball rolling as far as my own knowledge, as far as that goes. But her post specifically, it was on grass finish versus grain finish, and you explain that whenever it talks about grain-fed cattle, they think they're just eating corn or oats or soy or whatever.
No,
and that's not the case. As you say, all cattle have to eat. You can't raise a cattle just on all grains. First of all, that can end up getting expensive just itself. But number two, damn thing is going to get sick and die probably. That's not a good idea. Talk about a winning no situation. But the difference, she pointed out and I'll give her credit. And she even pointed it out, she pushed back a little bit, and I don't blame her. It's like, okay, we want people to eat meat, and we're all on that camp. But she was pointing out kind of the subtle differences between grass finished and grain finished beef.
You can grass finished beef though. It just depends.
I'm getting to that. And here's know about this because I went to a butcher. I was actually going there to get beef tallow for my deep fryer. Sadly, they've gone out of business, so I can't go there anymore. I'll have to go somewhere else. But I still remember I looked at it was a New York strips and he had ribeyes. And I'm not going to get into that particular fucking fight of which one is better. New York strips, but
both. Well, I prefer,
both is the correct answer. There you go.
I prefer a ribeye over a New York strip.
Everybody prefers fucking ribeye. I know that's one reason I stick with New York. It's just one. It's usually a cheaper cut. Okay, I'm not gonna get into the whole fucking.
I don't know. It depends on what kind of cut.
Look, I'm sorry. Maybe this is a personal failing of my part. I just never nailed that fucking fat cap that's in the middle. I think that's really my hang up with it. I'm fine with both. I really am. But okay, he had what was it? He had his signage up. It was like he had some stuff that was like raised grass finish.
I'll make one caveat real fast on the ribeye. It's got to be bone in. Okay, like if I had a choice,
okay,
strip steak and ribeye, a boneless ribeye, I'd take the strip steak. But if I had a choice between New York strip and bone in ribeye, I'd take the bone in ribeye.
And why is that?
It's gonna taste better because the bone's in there.
Okay.
You ever heard that saying? Closer to the bone, sweeter the meat.
I have not, believe it or not, but I'll have to look into that.
Go look it up.
I will. Oh, I'm in. I'm always down for more shit. I think I've had bone in ribeyes before. Yeah, they were good. Nothing wrong with ribeyes. I'm not attacking ribeyes, everybody. Don't save your torches and pitchforks for everything else I'm saying, but leave me alone on the meat shit.
The only thing you got to watch out for is bone in ribeye. With any kind of bone-in meat, it's going to take longer to cook than its boneless counterpart. So bone-in ribeye is going to, if you put it on a grill, it needs to be a charcoal grill. Don't do that gas shit.
I think you're right about that.
Unless it's
or you reverse sear it. There's always that option.
Yeah, I don't do that. Or you can, unless you got one of those fancy ass pellet grills. That's acceptable too, but for us common folk, we use the
plebeians.
We don't have $3,000-$4,000 to drop on a pellet grill, so
or $3,000 to get the fucking pellets.
Now,
over the life of it,
but charcoal grill, high heat, about 6-7 minutes on one side, then flip it, and then you got to take it off and then let it rest for about 3 to 4 minutes before you eat it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. God, now you mentioned it, man. Yeah. Ain't nothing that really matches charcoal grilling, man. That is an element all to its own.
Nope. That's what I'm saying, man.
You're right about that. But back to the top, they had this section, it was grass-fed, grass finished, and they had another one, it said grass-fed grain finish, but the grain finished part was crossed out, and then it said grass finished on top of it. And I asked him about that, and what he told me is this stuff was indeed grass finished, but it's a different type of grass. It wasn't just regular grass, It was what was it? It was alfalfa grass. That's what it was. Yeah. And the thing about alfalfa grass, and you actually might know more about this. I'm just going off of what I heard, or what he told me. Basically, it has more protein than just regular grass. It has more minerals and other vitamins and stuff. So it gives you that grass-fed benefit, but you still get a lot of the same marbling, a lot of the same benefits that you get from grain finishing.
It's also very expensive. It's an expensive way to finish beef cattle, though. Like they don't do it for everything. No, it's expensive. The alfalfa is expensive, but alfalfa is good for people too. I mean, but yeah, we used to raise rabbits, and we used to finish them on alfalfa too. Before we processed them, we'll say, which is good, man. Like if you've never had the chance, eat some rabbit. Rabbit is good.
I have Bowl of Chaos actually. I don't know where the fuck she got them, but she had a couple of rabbits, and we skinned them together. Yeah,
if you go to a restaurant, rabbit is a delicacy. It's not a type of meat that you can get from anywhere. Like a McDonald's or some shit. Rabbit is in a restaurant. high end protein. Same thing with venison, like deer meat.
Venison was good. Mammoth Mountain always had venison burgers. That was fucking awesome.
Hell yeah.
But that's in the Eastern Sierra, so hell, you could literally just run into goddamn, venison. Ask me how I know.
Yeah,
I had a quarter panel that was dented for months until I was able to replace it.
Yeah, I know. It's like people always fucking spurg out whenever tell them you don't like you hunt animals and stuff like that, and it's like they're like, oh, you kill animals. I'm like, yeah, but we're most hunters are. It's like I told you, it's like most hunters are conservationists. They hunters actually do more for the ecosystem than the green people do. Like the people that want to do are always on about global warming and shit. Hunters do more work conserving the environment than they do.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about the moral aspect, because that's always what it goes down to. Hey, if you're a deer, do you want to be taken out by terminal acute lead poisoning within 30 seconds at the most, or do you want to be mauled on by a fucking, a bear or tiger or some shit for like 30, 40 minutes?
That's the thing, though. It's like number one, hunter. You're controlling a population, an animal population, because if a animal population gets out of control, they're going to spread.
You're right back. Go ahead.
They're going to spread into the human where the humans live, and that's where you start having issues with deer and shit, like getting hit by cars and shit like that. And especially here in Texas, you can there are some animal populations that have no natural predators. That's why we have a feral hog infestation here in Texas and in other states, because ranchers in Texas have shot a lot of mountain lions and stuff and wolves that are natural predators for feral hogs. So basically, the feral hog have no natural predators besides humans, and you can see, especially here, by their populations, they've gone out of control to the point that they're encroaching on the human environments and stuff, living environments, and they're extremely aggressive, and that's a problem.
Yeah, and these fuckers, from what I've seen, I've never run into them, but basically from what I've seen, and I've read in a book called Old Yeller, actually. I don't know if you've heard about that book.
Yeah.
I think it was also set in Texas, like Abilene or something.
It's a book. They made it into a movie. I think a couple movies or something. Now, I've seen the original Old Yeller, the movie. I never read the book, though. But, yeah, feral hogs are especially because, like, the boars, the males, they have these huge canine, like, tusks that grow out of their, and they will cut you. They will cut
right. You. Yeah, that's something I don't want to fuck with, man.
The sows, the females, if they have a brood of piglets, man, they're even more aggressive, and they usually get bigger than the boars do, but then they become highly territorial and aggressive if they have piglets with them, and they will fucking bulldoze your ass. They don't have the tusk, but still, they're like 250, 300 pounds, and they're running after you. And
yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that.
No, I know. Yeah, I'll shoot that shit too.
Yeah.
No, but
that's why whenever you go hog hunting, most hog hunters are going to have like their rifle, but they're also going to have a sidearm, like a handgun, usually 357 or larger caliber.
Because I was going to say 444 Magnum, but yeah, 357 would do it too.
357 or larger caliber. Most hog hunters carry a 44.
Okay, I wasn't far off then.
Yeah, because you have to, because the fuckers are tough. I know boars have like a feral hog. The boars they have like on their skull, their front skull is like their front skull is really, really thick. It's like a fucking plate of bone, and it's really thick. And if you shoot them some bitches between the eyes, 22 ain't gonna cut it, champ. A 9mm is not gonna cut it, even at close range. That's why you got to put them. That's why they have 357 or larger caliber that they go hunting with.
All right. Don't bring my 22 Magnum revolver or anything like that.
No.
Okay.
I mean, unless it's like a body type, but still.
Well, they're built like they're kind of like dogs are actually kind of built like that. They're kind of built like battering rams. You know, they'll kind of barrel into you before they do anything else.
And if you do feral, like people that hunt feral hog with dogs and stuff, there's actually like Kevlar protection vest that they put on dogs, and it's like a Kevlar vest. It's a puncture it's a highly puncture resistant vest, and they also have neck guards for the dogs as well, so the hogs don't cut them to shit or cut them to ribbons and stuff.
Shit, hit the wrong button. There we go.
Because if dogs are pursuing a feral hog and they get them in a corner or something somewhere, the feral hog will turn around and fight them, and he'll charge them, and he'll cut a damn dog to shreds. They usually, because the hogs usually outweigh the dogs by quite a bit. That's why multiple a feral hog can fight 2 or 3 dogs at once. They don't give a fuck.
Well, you said they're 200-300 pounds. So what's the biggest dog you can get? Was like 150 pounds or something like that.
Well, the thing is, like, feral hogs don't get as big as as their domesticated counterpart, but they're still the average weight for like a feral boar hog is like a couple hundred pounds, like 200, 230. But the problem is, especially here, I have seen pictures of wild boar hogs that are in a 300 plus range, and they are big, and they shouldn't be getting that big. That's a problem too. Last feral boar hog I saw a picture of, he was like 6 feet long, and his tusks were, I think, 9 inches in overall length. It was a monster.
Yeah, if that I'm
Yeah, because the guy that showed me the picture, he had a couple weeks previously he had gone hog hunting with his brothers and stuff, and they came back, and he showed me a picture of a boar that he put down, and they had it strung up and everything. And this guy's like 5'9", 5'10", and that boar was longer than he was tall. So, and that boar is like 6 feet tall. I was like, holy shit, man, they're not supposed to get that big, you know? He goes, yeah, I know, but they're getting fucking huge. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man, that's bad. Like, and like I said, his tusks were like 9 inches overall length. Now, that's a guy.
You don't want that piercing your skin anywhere,
bro. That shit'll cut you in half, man. Like, that's a wrap. You don't want it, man. You do not want them cutting you, because that's gonna be a hospital visit.
That's a bad day.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real bad day. So yeah,
but to get back to the point, but that's how I heard about the alfalfa thing. You know, there's different types of grass you could feed it. You know, your cow or ruminants or whatever. I'll
tell you another one too, as far like grass fed and stuff.
Sure, go ahead.
My dad used to, whenever he was in high school, he used to be in the FFA, and
what's FFA?
Future Farmers of America. I don't know if they have anything, but yeah, I mean, you can compete and stuff. You can have like show animals you take to the rodeo or livestock show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
Yeah. And he was on a judging committee for cow milk. And
glad you brought that up, because that's going to come up in a moment.
He was telling me, like, depending on what you feed a cow, grain and grass and stuff, he said, you know, the grain fed is going to produce sweeter milk and stuff like that. And he said, basically what happens is, depending on what depending on what you feed a cow, it's going to produce a certain taste and odor and stuff inside the milk and nutrient You know.
Okay.
Up. Yeah.
I mean that makes sense. You know what you're saying. I have never heard that until now. But all that makes sense. You know what you feed the cow, your dairy cows.
Yep.
Just to, I'll get this last point out of the way because this is a point that I made, and we all we agreed, you know, just with each other. We all understood each other. My whole point was that it's the mist in the forest for the trees. I was like, keep it fucking simple. Okay, your house is on fire. Do you take care of the fucking roof that's on fire? Do you spray that with water, or do you spray the fucking fireplace that's designed to hold the damn fire in the first place? It's like you guys are reaching for all this shit that is kind of fine
I'm not
print.
putting anything out. I'm getting the fuck out of there, dude. If the roof is on fire, I'm leaving.
No. I get that. It's an analogy. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
but,
I got you. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, but it's like y'all worried about shit that okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's
this like, person has a lot of shit that needs to be worried about. Let's get the big shit out of the way and then take care of the smaller shit maybe later. And maybe that's where her readership is. Maybe that's where Paul Saladino's readership is, or whoever. Sometimes I'm worried about the bigger shit.
Yeah, sometimes people,
and that's all I wanted to say.
You
and
get too
as
granular,
far as go ahead.
You get too granular on a fucking subject, man. It's like that's when you start getting into Spurg territory. Like you're starting to make like small, tiny little shit. Most of the time, like people look at details. The details really don't matter that much, but they bring up small shit. It's not really necessary, and it just they're usually wrong anyway on it.
My point exactly. Now I do want to hear what you had to say about the farming thing, but just there was an example I brought up, and that's why I wanted to say this. Do you know where most quote unquote grass-fed beef comes from?
Oh, I don't know.
Dairy cows. See, they get used too.
Yeah.
You know, and I've heard this from more than one fucking rancher, actually. Like, yeah, you're paying $6-7 as opposed to $2, $3, maybe $4 for your pound of grass-fed, you know, organic beef or whatever. But it's old recycled dairy cows, and I don't know if you knew this. They weren't raised to be beef cattle, which means they're not. It's not that they're bad. It's not that there's bad nutrition. Let me say that.
The dairy cows that they slaughter for beef stock they're usually past their prime for making milk. They're older cows.
Exactly, they're old dairy cows.
Old dairy cows, yeah. They have a half-life just like anything else.
Right. So that was a point that I made there. I wanted to bring it up here. Sorry to derail you, but if you're still there, please continue on the point you were making about whatever you're feeding dairy cows to make the milk taste, whatever they are, because I have not heard this before.
Yeah, that's just what he was telling. Like I don't remember the details and stuff, but yeah, that's the main point is that what you feed a dairy cow, you know, you end up, you can tell the difference in the milk.
Huh. And you said, you said grain actually does play a part in that. It actually plays a positive part in that.
Well, yeah, what he was saying, what I remember him saying was like the grain, that if a cow, it's heavier on the grain feed and stuff, the milk is going to be like more buttery. That's why you finish or have a cow and feed them grains, because it usually makes for better butter, is what he was telling me. Yeah, because butter.
Really?
Because butter is part of it's a dairy product, milk product.
Yeah.
So like when you're churning milk and stuff, like you'll have like a layer that comes up to the very top. That's gonna be like your butter and all that stuff.
All right.
Cream and
the fat that rises to the top.
Yeah, the fat that comes up to the top. That layer is skimmed off and used for butter. That's where your butter comes from.
Something I'm now starting to get into, actually. Very nice for cooking. Since you brought it up, marinated steaks. I've been getting a lot into, because again, my Safeway had a bunch of marinades, and I just went hog wild on that shit. Just because you brought it up.
I'll tell you real quick, a real easy trick. If you're doing like steak or ribeyes, what I usually do, I usually marinate them with hot sauce. I'll rub hot sauce on them, not a shit ton of it, but just enough to cover the top and stuff, because the capsaicin in hot sauce breaks down the meat tissue. It tenderizes it.
I had not thought of that.
Yeah, hot sauce is a good meat tenderizer.
Huh.
Yeah, there you go. A little trick right there. Yeah,
Fucking A.
I usually use that. I usually use capsaicin or hot sauce and some kind of clean oil, like coconut oil or something like that.
Let me write that down.
Like I said, don't drench them. Just enough to cover the top is pretty good.
And you cover the top. Is that just to? Do you cover it? Is that on the pan or on the grill?
No, it's just when you're marinating it. That's whenever it's because. Okay, whenever you cook a steak, number one, you don't take it immediately out of the refrigerator and put it on a hot grill. Okay, whenever you,
like I'm gonna do it later.
You want to properly cook a steak. You set it out on the counter covered until it gets to room temperature. Okay.
Yes, you're right.
This is after
you leave it out.
Yeah, you leave it out. You marinate it. You can marinate it and put it back in the refrigerator, but before you start cooking, you start getting all that stuff ready to cook it. You got to pull it out of the refrigerator and set it on the countertop and let it get up to room temperature. And that could take about an hour or more. So you got to plan ahead. But yeah.
Or if you're like me, again, keep in mind I work second shift. So when you're going live with Nick August or you're on with Red Evening, I'm in the field. I'm in Seattle, and I'm probably facing down a fucking riot or some shit like that. So before I leave, like if I'm cooking a steak or something, I plan it ahead of time. It's sitting on the damn oven, which has a pretty hot pilot light, so it's probably even beyond room temperature at that point.
Or you just put it inside the oven. You just close the door.
No, there's that too.
Put it on a plate.
Just don't forget it.
Yeah, don't forget it's there. Yeah. Just don't forget it's there. But yeah, I'd put it inside the oven on the rack and just cover it with some foil or some shit like that.
Yeah. So I'll just put it in the bag or something like that. No, you're right. That's interesting. I had not thought about the hot sauce thing, actually. That's interesting.
Yeah, hot sauce is a good meat tenderizer.
And especially, just to give you a sneak peek here.
And the other thing, too, is you got to be careful. The reason I say you want to cover it and not drench it is because that the capsaicin does go into the meat. So you can drench it, but it's going to be really fucking spicy whenever you.
Yeah, you don't want to overdo it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. No, I can definitely get that part, especially depending on what hot sauce. Here's what I wanted to ask you, actually. What kind of hot sauce would you prefer? What will be your go-to hot sauce? Because me and Cappy have had fighting words over that.
Cholula.
Cholula
hot sauce is probably the best tasting hot sauce I've ever sampled. And I have all the different types of Cholula inside my cabinets right now. Even a green one that's discontinued. I still have it.
I don't think I have the green one, actually.
You probably can't find it anymore. They don't make it anymore.
Ah, shit. Fuck, I missed out on that one.
You fucked up, didn't you, champ? Yeah.
God damn it.
Yep.
I can't win them all, man. Dude, have you seen my table?
Yeah, your collection of hot sauce.
I'll go ahead and plug these guys again. Claw's Barbecue. I got this one, at least. They're just stupid sauce. It's pretty good. I like it.
Is that yellow?
It's more orange. And
it's probably
from what I could tell, it looks like it's something that he put together himself.
It's probably a mustard. It's probably a mustard-based barbecue sauce because that's really popular. It's It's really popular in like South Carolina and shit.
I'll taste it real quick.
That's because I was wondering because the orange yellowness of it is real.
There might be mustard in this. Actually, no, you're right. There is mustard in this. I can
I know
taste
there's
it.
mustard in it because of the fucking color of it. It's a mustard based, not a ketchup based. Most of your barbecue sauces are ketchup or like tomato ketchup paste based.
Yeah.
But fucking South Carolina, especially like South Carolina barbecue sauce is mustard based.
Is that where he is?
Yeah, because my ex-wife is from South Carolina and she goes on about that shit. She thinks mustard base is the best. I'm like, you're fucking.
Oh, I heard that about the Carolinas. They love mustard-based stuff. I think Kansas does that too. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They might, like Kansas City, or like because like Kansas City barbecue is pretty damn good. But they have a little bit of a different style compared to Texas.
Well, everybody has their own fucking styles.
Kansas City style barbecue, they rely on the exceptionalness or exceptional ability of their sauce. So they'll cook a meat and then they'll put a bunch of sauce on it. Here in Texas, you put fucking barbecue sauce on like brisket or something.
I hear that's heresy out there.
You get run the fuck out of the house. I'm not shitting you. You will get run the fuck out of a house. Ribs, a little bit different story, but I've never had, unless they're just really fucking nasty and dry. But I've never had to put barbecue sauce on ribs. It's kind of the same thing. If you put barbecue sauce on ribs, pork ribs, you're gonna get run the fuck out of the house, as you should be. But yeah, it's here in Texas, like barbecue and barbecue sauce. It's kind of a faux pas here to put barbecue sauce on barbecue cooked meat. It's basically communicating to the cook and not so many words that your fucking meat is dry and it has no taste. That's true. It's like a sub communication. It's like, but yeah. So if you're in Texas, if you're eating fucking, unless it came to you like that, unless the meat was presented to you with barbecue sauce on it, you don't put barbecue sauce on. You don't put anything on meat on barbecue meat here,
right? And
because we rely on the rubs, with dry rubs, marinades, stuff like that.
It was the preparation and cooking and everything you did beforehand to get it to your plate,
right?
Basically. And you know what? I have no stake in this game, so don't at me.
It's serious.
Anybody who's listening to that, I like all the barbecues, and I think that is one of the most unique things. What food does Americans make that hasn't been adopted? Barbecue. We have fucking nailed it. We have mastered it in many different fucking styles.
Yeah, there's different styles.
But
like the Kansas City style is not, and to me, is not any better or worse than like the Texas style, except with the one caveat of brisket. Like Texas brisket, you're not going to find better anywhere.
Okay.
Unless someone was a transplant from Texas to some other state, and that's how they cook it. But they learn the shit here. And
no, well, but that leads to look. You're gonna find good barbecue here. You're gonna find good barbecue. You want to know one of the places I actually want to go get barbecue from? It's a guy called Bart's Barbecue, and he keeps threatening to move to Austin, Texas, but he's still in LA. And I learned about him through the Tom Leykis show. And I've seen what he's out to put out there, and I was like, oh my God, I have never even thought about some of the shit that he's put out there, but I want to go try it. You can find good barbecue in California. You can find good barbecue. Jack's Barbecue up here in Washington State. I think they may have learned in Texas or Missouri or something like that.
Yeah.
You can find good barbecue anywhere. I'm not going to have an argument with any barbecue here. But I will say, to your point, and that's kind of how I do things. If I make a product, then I want you to be able to take that product and consume it and enjoy it without having to add anything to it. And I think that's what you mean when you talk about adding barbecue sauce to it, at least after the fact. Maybe it's part of the product that you add to it.
Yeah, I mean,
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you can.
But
you can do a wet marinade, or you can do a dry marinade, or a rub. You know, we call it rub around here. If it's just
the dry rub. I've done that too. Funny enough, actually, now you made me think of this. Memorial Day, 2012, I think. That was the day that I actually had made, what was it, St. Louis pork rack ribs? I think that's what it was, or some other type of ribs. Actually, this is one of the only times I actually cooked on charcoal. And somehow, whatever it is with me and charcoal, I don't know. Maybe that's why I like charcoal so much, because despite me not cooking with it very often, if it ever, I somehow know everything I cook with it. And I cooked, it was fries, and it was barbecue back ribs, and it was in where I was living. I was living at home. So my mom was there. And my grandma had actually come over. And I literally left the ribs to cook at whatever temperature I left them at. Later, I had no fucking idea what I was doing. I'll be completely honest. I had no fucking clue. I was just kind of going by eye or whatever. I was like, okay, that could be okay for about an hour or so. So I had time to go pick up Hot Russian X from Venice Beach or Santa Monica, wherever the fuck she was working. Went and got her. This is the first time she ever met my family. By the way, she towers over them. My family, the black side is very short. Their models, like, was it small piece of leather, well put together, something like that, because I think the tallest of them was like 5'8" or something like that. So, and even other people said that about both sides of my family. I was like, where the fuck did you come? Why are you 6'2"?
genetic anomaly.
In more than one way. But literally, pull the fucking, I was like, I'm just looking, I was like, okay. I just knew it was ready. And I pulled the ribs off, and I'm like, they're perfect. The meat is falling off the fucking bone.
Perfect. Don't look at them.
Right, exactly. The fries were a different story because that was just kind of an experiment. Those kind of went by the wayside, but the ribs, like, it was something about that. Like,
now you can do fries on a. I've done fries on a barbecue pit. The thing about it is, and the way you do them, they have to be the big cut, like the large cut. You get fucking potatoes, and you make like French fries out of them, but they're thick cut.
Steak cut or something like that. Yeah, and I think that's where I fucked up because they were kind of small cut.
And then you gotta, because the heat.
That's what fucked up.
The heat is gonna draw the
moisture out
really fast. But what you do is you make like a little foil. You put down some foil on the rack, and then you gotta make like a little foil tent.
I did that
after you put them on there.
I did that. They were too thinly cut. That was the problem.
You gotta flip them. And then at the end, this is not necessary, but this is what I do. A few minutes before they're done, I will have a melted butter and garlic sauce that I brush on them.
Oh shit, that sounds fucking awesome.
Yeah, motherfucker. I do like a melted butter and garlic, not margarine, fucking butter, like actual.
No, not margarine at all. By the way, you just triggered the world's greatest nutritionist here. That's probably one of the worst things you could ever fucking ingest in your body, like margarine.
Margarine's a man-made
trans fat oils and all that bullshit. You do not want to fucking have that at all.
Yeah.
Ask somebody who grew up on it how he knows.
And I'm just gonna say this. I don't want to hear shit, because anyone that says different is full of shit. The best butter you can get is Kerrygold. Salted.
Kerrygold's good.
Kerrygold is the best
I
you get.
think I have that in my right here.
As far as butters go, it's expensive, but there's none better out there.
No, you know what? And I'm glad you brought that up. Just cooking my steaks and eggs and all this other stuff. I figured, look, it doesn't take that much butter to cook stuff. So even if you're paying 2, 3, maybe even 4 times as much, for your butter, like whether it's you're upgrading from Lucerne's butter, that's the flagship butter from Safeway or Vons or whatever. It's worth the extra money to get the good butter to cook with than the other stuff. It's worth it. It is.
So
you
what
can
I
taste,
do,
you can taste the quality to the point where like you can actually just I did this last night actually because I had a marinated steak. I didn't even know I had it in there. Apparently I wasn't paying attention or I was too drunk or whatever. I was like, okay, I'm following it. What am I gonna eat? Oh, here's the marinated steak. I'm gonna cook that. And I got this butter. And like I'm cutting the butter up and then I cut myself an extra slice for my fucking self, like just eating it. It's like it's good enough just by its fucking self. How good is it just cooking with it? You know?
So what I do with the French fries is I melt some butter, some Kerrygold, butter, and then I put fucking garlic, like minced garlic, super minced, like super fine minced garlic.
Do you mince this yourself or do you get it pre-made or how do you do that?
Sometimes I get it pre-made. If it's a little bit of a time saver. If I have actual cloves of garlic, which I usually do, but I'll get some cloves of garlic, couple cloves, and mince them up really fine, and put that inside with the butter and melt it down with some. Put that in there and then put some rosemary. Put a little bit of rosemary.
Rosemary, that's another thing. I need to get on that too as well. Rosemary is a good thing. My mom actually, I think she grows that.
Yeah, you can grow that stuff. I'll put that inside of a saucepan and put it on the stove and melt it slow. Get it good and warm, melt it down, and mix it all together. And then I baste it on the potatoes, on the French fries, as right before they're about to get done.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah, it is a fan favorite over at this house.
Wow. All right. Okay. So this summer we're going to be doing a road trip. We're going to be going over to Boris's house over in southern Houston, Texas. When there's not a hurricane showing up or a cold snap or anything, we're going to be going to Boris' house. We're going to figure out how to cook shit. Maybe he'll teach us how to do this shit. We'll figure that out.
Oh yeah, I'm looking. On that note, I'm looking at the weather report here. So on Monday,
we're actually going to get to the topic of what the show is supposed to be about, but I'm totally okay with this.
So on Monday, they're projecting a high of 24 degrees during the day and a low of 10 degrees that night.
Holy shit! How long is that shit going to be lasting there?
Well, it's going to be today. Sunday, it's going to get to a high of 33 and a low tonight of 20. Monday is going to be a high of 24, a low of 10. Tuesday is going to be a high of 36, low of 30. And Wednesday is going to be a high of 36 and a low of 28. So it's going to be freezing for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 days. We're going to have sub-freezing temperatures, and not like right at freezing. It's like low freezing.
They count the wind chill, the real feel, or anything like that? Like, okay, it's this temperature, but it feels like this, or
they probably do. I don't have access to it right now.
All right, I'm looking at what we got going on now here. Apparently, it's going to snow. Not much, but well, this for this device, I look at usually on the device that I'm streaming on now. And now they give me the actual amount of snow that's coming out. I think last time I looked, it was about like cumulatively another inch or snow or so.
Yeah, because we're
now 0.2 degrees Celsius under, so that's what 28, 27 degrees, which is what I think I remember it being. Hang on. Yeah, Sunday. It's going to reach a high of maybe 33, 34 degrees Fahrenheit if I'm doing the conversions correctly. But it's going to go back down, or it's going to stay the same temperature. But afterwards, the rain is going to wash everything that happened here pretty much away. So I'm not worried about that. That's nice. You know what? Now that I think about it, you know who A-Dub is, right?
What?
A-Dub, the Pothic witch girl.
No.
She's a chick that was in San Francisco, and she had been following me on Instagram for a while. Again, what's the best dating website in the world? Instagram. She's followed me for a while. She ended up breaking up with her boyfriend because I was commenting on her post and her boyfriend found it. And literally, they ended up breaking up live on the fucking show, and she was messaging me live on the fucking show. Literally live on this very fucking program. She moved from San Francisco, by the way, with some other person and her kids, because of course she has kids.
Oof.
Up from San Francisco to, I can't remember what the town. Oh, it was Toledo, Washington. And she made it a point to tell me about that. You want to know what one of the messages I got today was? This is one of the reasons that I was thinking of just maybe staying around here tonight, but again, I'm still glad I didn't. She's in Olympia right now. Olympia is about 30 minutes away, depending on the snow conditions, which, again, all that's just going to be erased away within the next day or two. I don't know how long she gets to be out there. I may end up spending Valentine's Day ruining her for her goddamn husband when she goes back home.
There you go. Man, Monday. So this coming Monday, the high during the day is going to be 24, but it's going to the what they're calling a real feel is going to be 11 degrees, and at night it's going they're projecting 10 degrees for the low, but the real feel is going to be 7 degrees, single digits.
Nice.
Yeah,
sounds like ski country to me.
Because they're going to have let's see, because there's going to be a wind from the northwest at 13 miles an hour with gusts up to 17.
Oh shit!
Miles an hour. So that's Monday. I'll look at what today is. So the high is.
When are you going to have to get out of the house? Is a real question.
The high is going to be today. The high is going to be 33 with a real feel of 26. That's below freezing. And then at night,
that's the high.
Yeah, that's the high. And so Sunday night, tonight, it's going to be 20 with a real feel of 8. 8.
Shit.
That's a single digit. 8 degrees. Oh, that's the wind chill. So
now, can I ask you? No, you've dealt with a lot of high stress situations, especially being in the military and the Marines and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not going to compare my experiences to yours, but let's just say I've had my experiences. Have you ever been in ski country?
Like with a shitload of snow?
Well, not just shitload of snow, but shitload of snow and high elevation. That's a whole nother thing.
Yeah. We did mountain warfare training, like survival training. When I was in the Marines, we were up in the Poconos or Catskill Mountains. I think the Catskills are up in New York. I can't remember which one.
Catskills, that's in New York, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where we did mountain warfare training.
Okay. All right. So you've experienced this, so
yeah,
we can understand that.
I never want to go back.
Yeah, it's not that I blame you, but
we're freezing and hungry every day until we left that fucking place.
That isn't that just part of being in the military. They kind of make you do that.
No. That's
I did it because me and Hot Russian X were broke. So, but I still remember actually, and what was the last post that I made before the one I made today, before I went on here, taking pictures of some of the snow, and the snow that's up here, it's not all that bad. It really isn't. especially compared to 2019. I kept saying 2018 for whatever reason. I got the year wrong. Sorry. But it was 2019. Now is when the snowpocalypse happened. It was 17 something inches or snow and change of snow.
What year was
which
this?
isn't all that much. 2019. 2019. Look up Seattle snowpocalypse 2019.
No, I remember that.
Yeah, and it doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind, Seattle's built on a fucking hill,
Uh-huh.
and Seattleites can't even fucking drive straight. They're that fucking gay. And so all kinds of shenanigans happen there now. I was fine. I had my own issues there. Again, I had to do what was it? It was a tactical 360 down one of the side streets there.
There you go.
I'm not kidding. I had to do a fucking 360, like kind of just sliding down down the side street. Somehow never made contact with anything the entire time. That's how I remembered the lesson that, hey, if you're driving where there usually isn't that much snow, stick to the fucking main streets because all the cars that are going down there, they're kind of warming up the streets so you can drive there a little bit easier. It was oh, God, just remembering that fucking mayhem. Just accordion buses like in the middle of fucking major intersections, like.
Well, it's like we have signs by bridges and stuff that say to watch for ice on bridge.
That too, yeah, because bridges they will ice over a lot faster than anything that's connected to the ground.
Because the ground has heat and bridges.
Right.
Yeah.
And I had to experience that again. I did that on the way here too.
I can't remember who it was that was asking me that. But yeah, someone asked me a long time ago what it is. I'm like, it's probably because the bridge isn't connected to a fucking ground. The ground's got heat.
Yeah, it's got a lot more air exposure.
And you got the heat coming up from the ground. It ices over faster. It doesn't ice over as fast.
Yeah, the ground is going to hold the heat a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, they asked that, and that was just a kind of like a wild ass guess that I had. I didn't know at the time, but later on, it was bothering me, so I looked it up, and I was correct.
Well, you were right, and you'll get signs that says that bridge will ice over before the rest of the ground or whatever it is. Yeah. So I got to deal with that tonight. I got to deal with that last night. When Red Evening was going on. Thing about my company is like you can set times, but sometimes if it's busy, they'll bump you over for an extra 30 minutes. And I decided to go ahead and play ball instead of pausing my, time on. I was like, okay, if it's busy, I'll go ahead and take it. It's snowing now because before that time, it was. This is barely like even damage. It's like nothing I would even be worried about at this point. Keep in mind, I learned how to drive in fucking ski country. And the reason I bring that up, because I really learned how to drive out there. Again, drive on ultra high performance tires that are already like getting to the point of balding on a car that has an open differential. And you learn how to drive there. Literally, I got there. Both of us, we got there in that town literally before the other 72 inches of snow ended up falling. I'm 6'2". That's 2 inches below my fucking height. Translate that into fucking road snow.
No thanks.
Yeah. Oh. And I had to get her on the mountain for her fucking interview. On the mountain. Not just in the town, on the mountain. I had to fucking summit the damn mountain. I had never driven on snow before. I somehow managed to make that fucking work. I still remember pulling out, what was it, like a fucking ruler and my goddamn dead-on hammer to get us out of the fucking parking space that I had so I can get this down the mountain. By the way, Mick Tabis, he brought this up in the chat that we had, the Masculine and Geek life thing. Use your handbrake. Yeah, that's a bad idea. How do I know? Because I ended up in the fucking spin out trying to do that very fucking thing. Maybe I did it wrong. I don't know. But
there may have been some operator error in that. Who knows? With you, I think it's almost a definitive assumption.
Well, especially since I'm just first now learning how to deal with it. Almost certainly. I still remember just spinning out in fucking intersections and shit, all that stuff. But I learned how to drive out there, and that's how I know how to drive in that shit now.
I think you made it through more in that instance. I think you made it more out of dumb luck than probably skill.
I'm not going to disagree with you. I will agree with you. You're probably wrong. You're probably right on that. Sorry, not wrong, but you're right. But fuck. Hey, but I made it through that. I learned a lot of lessons. I learned how velocity works as far as road conditions go.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it, I was like, I was on my way home. Sorry, go ahead.
Wait time, speed. Is that
wait, speed, direction? You want to adjust that very fucking slowly, basically. Yeah. I explained that. I think I explained this earlier in that chat, of which no one here who was listening to this was on the Masculine.life chat, which you should be on that fucking now and go fucking check it out because it's fucking worth it. The discussion alone is worth it. Pay the fucking money. Hey, we're gonna spend this money getting scotch and beers and shit at the bar that you can't go to without a fucking mask. Go spend that Masculinegeek.life. Go spend it there.
Hell, but yeah, get you like 2 drinks maybe.
With that, I guess it depends on where you are. Actually, not all that bad here, believe it or not. Back when you actually go to the bar. But I learned a lot of my lessons there. My car still is an open differential, but at least it's a stick shift. I got a little bit more options as far as that goes. I only got stuck once today, believe it or not.
Most cars are open slip differential.
Yep.
Most trucks nowadays at least your half tons are limited slip. Unless you get into the bigger ones, there are very few. I don't even know if they, even with the dual or with the 1 tons, I don't even know if they're full positive traction or not anymore.
I doubt it because positive traction, that's going to be hard on your drivetrain.
I don't give a fuck. Make that bitch full positive track. That's what I want.
Well, you don't give a fuck, but the manufacturers will.
They make 4-wheel drive. They can make all the trucks, even cars back in the day used to be full positive track. Give me that shit. That's damn Japanese technology. That's why I don't like it. Same thing with fuel injectors. Fuck fuel injectors. I want a fucking 4-barrel Holly again.
Okay.
Just to drink gas like water.
You leave my damn car. My car is Japanese design, but it was American made, asshole. Leave me alone. It was made in fucking Nashville, for fuck's sakes.
Dude,
it's got a 1 on the goddamn VIN number.
The parts were it was assembled in America.
That's what I care about.
All over the world.
It was made here.
It wasn't made here. It was assembled here. It was different. It wasn't made here. We don't make anything in this country, hardly anything anymore. Basically, just got a bunch of fucking Legos in shape of car parts, and you just put them all together. That's not.
My car was made in '95, right?
I don't care. Like, we haven't produced anything. Like, dude, you just had a parts that was assembled here. It wasn't made here. It was assembled here from parts from all around the world. It was probably designed. I mean, yeah, it's probably designed in Japan, but that's design. That's not building something.
I'm fine with my car being made here. You know what? It has served me well.
I want a Holley 4-barrel carburetor on my vehicles. Like I said, I want it to drink gas like it's water. I want it to be like my grandfather's F-250 truck. It got 10 miles to the gallon. Motherfucker. Whenever it rolled by cars in the parking lot, it would set off the car alarms.
All right, you know what?
Because it had blown out mufflers on it. I think my dad had installed fucking Corvette glass packs or some shit on it.
Oh Jesus, here we go.
Busted them out. So now it's almost like having straight pipes. And so
yeah, pretty much.
So whenever you whenever you drove it around and you got in a parking lot, it set off car alarms everywhere.
Every car I've had has done that pretty much. Even the ones that had mufflers on it, it would do that.
You could hear that truck coming from a quarter mile away.
You get my car from a mile away, but that's a whole different reason. Yeah. Ah! I fucked things up. No, I didn't. Actually, yes, I did. Whoops. Grabbing another Trulies. I'm only grabbing Trulies because I'm drinking tequila. You know what though? I mean, as far as
four speed stick shift on the floor. That's a nice truck, man. I love that.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Save the 4-speed, save the 5-speed, save all the goddamn manual transmissions because they're going into extinction here. God damn it.
When they come out with electric cars, especially when they come out with electric trucks, that's going to be into that shit.
Oh God, you want to know what I was seeing on the freeway tonight?
That's going to be cool though. If they come out with like an actual usable electric truck, that's actually going to be pretty cool. Because then you're going to have a hell of a lot more torque.
Yeah, that's one thing you could say positive about the electric vehicles. They have a lot more torque, literally
instantly
from 0 miles an hour. Instantly. It's all there.
Because you won't need a transmission. Because that's why you have a transmission, is because it transmits the torque being created by the drive shaft in the engine. It transmits that torque to the wheels, to the drive wheels. But if with electric car, you don't need that because you have electricity, which moves a lot faster. And also too, because you're going to have and you're not going to have any loss of torque at the wheels either, because on a conventional vehicle,
depends on where the motors are placed. But your point is made.
But yeah, you can have a mid-engine, rear-engine vehicle, and you're still going to have loss of torque from the transmission process. There's going to be some at all times, but with electric drive, you're not going to have that. You're not going to have loss of torque.
You know what's going to be the problem though? Was the problem that I saw tonight, and maybe this is just what is available today. I saw multiple Nissan Leafs. I saw the BMW electric vehicle. All they had their electric lights on, and they ended up having to pull over on the fucking side of the road during this fucking snowstorm, just trying to commute somewhere.
Oh yeah, because it drew the power down on the battery. Yeah,
they ran out of fucking power. Now I don't know if you knew this. It's a lot easier to refuel if you're just using gasoline or even diesel, even if you have just roadside or whatever. I don't know how far roadside assistance has gotten as far as delivering electric power, but I'm going to take a wild fucking guess and say that's a lot harder than just bringing a goddamn gallon of gasoline.
Yeah, well,
so they can get to the goddamn gas station or something.
Well, even then, too, like to get a nominal charge, you're going to be sitting there for like 3 or 4 hours.
Even with the quick charge, and I had that brought up.
Yeah, even with a quick charge.
I posted this to Tom Likas himself. He talks about his Tesla. You can outrun anybody. Like, okay, sure, maybe you can outrun me in a 0 to 60 or whatever. Race me from LA to Tacoma, or LA to Seattle.
Yeah, you're not gonna make it because you're gonna run out of juice. You're gonna have to stop. That's
You're gonna be stopped for 30 minutes at least. At the very least, I'm gonna be stopped for 5 minutes.
yeah.
And
That's
by
the
the
main
way,
drawback.
I'm used to driving long distances. It ain't gonna take me that long to take a piss or bring in lunch with me or whatever.
Yeah, that's the
I'm used to
drawback
driving
to
that shit.
electric cars right now is that they're great for short distances, like in city driving. But if you need to go a long distance or drive to a rural area, you're gonna have to take a gas car. That's all there is to it.
Exactly.
Unless I mean, I'm sure they're gonna make in the future the battery cells are gonna get better and stuff like that. But
That's a long ways down the road. As somebody who studied this, that's a long ways down the road. Keep in mind, everything that's electric based is still powered by gas. It's still powered by fossil fuels. All of it.
Well, hell
All
yeah,
your solar stuff, all your wind power stuff, all your electric vehicles, the batteries and everything, it's all powered by fossil fuels. All of it.
Well, yeah, because like batteries are batteries need lithium to work, and lithium mining is fucking
Lithium,
horrendous.
cobalt.
Yeah,
What
cobalt.
was it? The Batu mines in China, I think, is what it was.
You can
That's
see
an
the picture
example.
from space.
I think I have it in one of my articles. I think it was in the article. What was it? The moral cases for fossil fuels. You want to look that up?
Yeah, you can see that cobalt mine in China from space. It's that
Yeah,
big.
exactly. That fucking, you know how fucking toxic that shit is.
Yeah, it's real toxic. Same thing with lithium.
Lithium's another one. I didn't look that up, but I believe it. I just know lithium that's that drug that women take when they have shit wrong with their head, and they go off of it so they can have an orgasm with you.
Yeah,
Something to look for in their medicine cabinet.
It's for bipolar disorder.
Whatever the fucking disorders are.
It's bipolar. Yeah, bipolar.
Yeah.
I knew a girl one time that took it. She's crazy. She needed it. Like usually girls are taking lithium. They really need it because I know this girl did. At least she was nuts.
Red flags are a green light, but that's a green light for a very short fucking time. I'll tell you that.
She was still a green light. So yeah, I didn't stop me. It was like, oh no, she takes a fuck. No,
I believe you.
I jumped on that. I jumped on it.
I don't blame you. Take it while take it's good.
Pissed her sister off. I don't give a shit. Because her sister was like basically the girlfriend of a really good friend of mine. I used to work with and stuff. I know him for years, but yeah, that's her. I think they're married now, but yeah, it's LTR.
Her and a girlfriend, or wait, who's married? Or what?
No, the girl with the lithium. She had an older sister, and her older sister was in an LTR with a really good friend of mine.
Okay, got you.
They had been together since I'd known both of them, and I was good friends with both of them. But then I smashed her sister, and she got a little pissy about that. I'm just like, bro,
shocking.
Everyone's been there. Why are you mad at me?
I never understood that.
Huh?
No, well, just the jealousy thing you were talking about. I'm gonna guess that's what it was.
I don't know, dude, because like I'm just
even this with my chick, somebody else smashes on my chick.
She put it out there, man.
Well, that's her decision. She also had to do that. So
yeah, she's a grown up.
I'm gonna have an issue with her more than I am going with you. Because if it's somebody that is worth smashing, Hot Russian X, perfect example.
I mean, she had
people wanted to fuck her. I understand that that's more of a showing for me, but if somebody actually does it, then it's kind of on her. She had to decide to do this. So I'm more mad at her than I am at him because I understand why I don't understand why he wants to fuck her. My problem is that why she fucking allowed it. And again, that has to deal with me and how I handle that relationship and all that shit. And that's a whole other discussion entirely, but
in my case,
I'm not gonna be bad about the guy wanting to fuck the woman that I'm with. You know.
Well, in my case, in both instances, she I mean, she kind of threw it at me. So I mean, it wasn't like I was pursuing her or anything. Shit.
Damn.
But,
Nice.
yeah, and I mean, no reason to be mad at me. I'm just fulfilling my biological impotence.
You're doing what you're gonna do. I get it.
It's why I was. It's kind of like why we're all here. So,
Right. Exactly.
I was respectful. I didn't get anything in her hair. I just got all in her back. It's all right.
Sure, she got in her back. She get an insider. Okay, yeah, sure. Because women who
no, she already had a kid, dude. Because she got pregnant at like 15, 16 years old.
Shocking.
Yeah. But yeah, she was a type 1 or type 2 bipolar. Just very impulsive life form.
Oh boy.
But she was fun, so
They tend to make the most. They tend to be some of the most fun people. Ask me how I know.
Oh yeah.
You know the story of Bowl of Chaos, right?
Yeah, I think I read you wrote the post about it. I read it.
Did you see the follow up that I did on this?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, I read both of them.
Oh my god. It's
That girl was a dumpster fire.
oh my. I still remember, and I don't remember how I got. I think it was. I was looking up somebody else, and I was using some other. What was it? Some other like it was some thing online.
She reminds
me. Use to look at people.
She reminds me of a girl. It's kind of like the second girlfriend I ever had. That almost diverted all my life plans for. But
wow.
Oh yeah. That was yeah, she was this person here, this girl here she was bipolar as well. She was on lithium and she was a cop.
Really? Now Bowl of Chaos was not on any drugs, actually. Believe it or not.
This girl wasn't either, but she
got into weed later, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, this girl, she needed the lithium. Definitely needed it. But yeah, oh my god, he almost threw all my fucking plans away to go in the military for that one.
Ooh. Jesus.
Yeah.
No,
if it wasn't from old man sitting me the fuck down and like talking to me and say, he's like, look, old man was like, look, you gotta get away from this fucking broad. She's crazy. And she's gonna fuck everything up for you.
That's what I intend to do.
So yeah, I listened to the old man, and
I'm glad you did.
I'm glad I did too, because I don't know where I'd be. Because she had a kid too. She had like a little daughter. But yeah,
Bowl of Chaos, I think she had 2 kids. Well, now she has 3, as you well know. Now
I'm gonna
my god,
I'm gonna
just
on
that
another episode. Whenever I'm gonna tell that whole story on another episode of Let Them Burn, because I've mentioned it to Rob, and he's like, dude, you gotta tell me about that. And I'm like, yeah,
dude, you got to talk about that. Now, I've talked about that before on here. Maybe, I don't know. I actually put that into Rob's or Nick's ear or whatever. I want to tell that story again because I think it actually does need to be heard. Not just for my sake, but for other people.
Because man, that girl there,
the one that yours or mine,
the crazy cop girl. I had dreams about her for years after I left her.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Holy shit. Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening.
No, I can't tell the whole story. I'll do it later.
Okay.
She's fucking insane.
No, I was just gonna say about.
Not like nightmares, but like
No, I get it.
not like PTSD shit, but
No, it's crazy, and I'll tell you something. And I'll do this
uncrazy though. She wasn't
on
like
I'll do this on 9/11, and the reason I'm gonna do it on 9/11, not because it's actually 9/11 is actually her birthday.
damn.
Yeah, she found that out. Well, when all of us found that out, but I had made it a point when we were going out. She didn't celebrate her birthday for the obvious reason, and I was like, "Nah, fuck that. We're going to go have fucking
I
fun."
don't see why not. It was her birthday first. You know.
That was her thing. She didn't celebrate holidays, basically.
Oh.
And I get it. I understand. I was like, I'm not gonna let this sit. I can't let this stand by. So I took her to, what was it? Longhorn Barbecues, right around the corner to me in Auburn. And we ended up hanging out literally with the fucking owner of the place. And the place is planning on closing down at some point. It's probably closed down now. But we ended up hanging with the owner for quite a while. Who was buying us fucking drinks, by the way. And the only reason we ended up leaving was because the security guard that was on hand he was like, "Hey, I can't leave until these guys leave, and they're only here because you're here. So if you guys don't mind fucking leaving, please, at some point, I want to get some sleep before I deal with my morning shift." It was one of those fucking situations. I think that's in the in memoriam thing. It's in the. I talked about that in the narrated version of In Memoriam, but I'll do it then, because what happened with this, like, this, she ended up getting back with the father of her kids, which is not a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to keep in mind, this is the same person that drove her off the fucking edge and drove her to another relationship that ended up being abusive, and then drove her into other relationships and all this other shit. And then she ended up with me. And I was literally the best thing to fucking happen to her. And just because I didn't want to be the father of her kids, basically. That's why she left. And now she's not a mother of two. She's now a mother of three with the same fucking father that drove her out of that situation she was trying to get out of. Literally. I wish I could make that up. I ended up finding that shit on accident. I was looking at somebody else, and I decided I'm using this new software, so I'll test it on myself. I'll test it on some of my family. I'll test it on some of my exes or whatever. And I look at that shit, and I find this. I find her Pinterest, and I find her Instagram, and I was like, and I'm looking at this. Why do you have heartburn? And I read down, 36 weeks pregnant.
Ooh, yeah.
And said to him, "Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Really? You're the same person." Well, in physical meat space person, like, it's physically the same person.
I don't understand you'd be that surprised given her history.
No, here's the thing. Why I say that? Why do I say women, they mold themselves around you, but once they break away from you, they essentially die. They become a different person. This person, she knew it was a bad idea, not only to have the kids that she had, but to have any more. To the point when, like, I think she had the ability to go to some other nursing facility or something to make more money than she was making before. And the reason she didn't go there was because she figured out that if she had gone to that specific employment, she might actually want to have more kids, and she knew it was a bad idea to have more kids. So that's why she didn't go there. And now she has another fucking kid.
Yep.
And so guess what? Game over. I hope it works out with her and the father of her kids, who, by the way, tracked her iPhone down to my location and got to hear her make sounds that he was never able to make her make at my goddamn place because my windows were open. And he called my phone, and that's how I know about this. I talked about that extensively.
Yeah.
It's literally that's the best she could do, and she went and settled with him. He couldn't do any better, and trust me, I know he tried. She's the best he could do, and so I guess they're built for each other now. And now he's settling with literally my sloppy seconds with another fucking kid. It's like, you fucking serious? Really? Okay. It's like, I did not see any of that shit come, but okay. Yeah, have fun. I hope it works out. I really do hope it works out. I do. If for nothing else, for the fucking kid, because I don't know if you knew this, having the father around for your fucking kids kind of matters.
Well, it's really not that big a deal. Just like I said earlier, girls are like the bus line. There's always one that comes around in 15 minutes. You missed the first one, second one will be there just.
But that's the portion. This is guys. We're talking about her. It's like, yeah, you guys fucking have fun. I hope it does work out for her. I really do. I really do. Because if it doesn't, then it's over for her. She had prospects when she only had 2 kids, and she still lived with this guy, but as she's willing to make it work in the back of her car. Ask me how I know. But now?
Well, I told you why that is. Shit.
It's... God, I wish I could make that up. And I'll do a follow-up on that within... What is February now? Mid-February, we got 6-7 months before I go back and look into that well again and see how that's working out. But that'll be probably the last time I ever talk about her on any program I have, because why talk about her anymore? She's dead. The woman that I knew is dead. The one that I was mentoring, the one that I was helping get out of anxiety and all the other bullshit, all that, what do you call it? That abusive cycles that she was in, all that anxiety she was in, I was getting her out of that. That person is gone. What sucks for me is that she was so fucking close to getting out of that. And I guess that's why I'm so fixated on her, on that specific scenario. There's the Hot Russian ex, and she was her own person, and I'm fine with that. And I wanted her to be that. My own lessons there. I did wrong there, but her was like, I built this person. I helped build her back up from where she was broken. And she was right there. She was so fucking close.
Yeah, that's a problem. You invested too much in her, man.
I did. You're 100% right.
You don't do shit like that.
Again, ask me how I know.
Look, if you're going to get a girl to change you, she's got to... That shit there, she's got to do on her own. You can't walk people through that stuff. Because then you just make a covert contract and shit, and then you You most likely end up getting burned anyway, and then you're just going to be fucking salty about it.
You want to ask me how I know?
And then which leads
I
to
did it.
Which leads to writing numerous blog posts about it for all of us to read.
I did it. No, you're not wrong.
It was a.
But goddamn, I was so fucking proud of her. Like, she was pulling herself out of that. She was getting a lot less anxious. She was actually making fucking moves to actually get herself out of the situation that she was in. You know, she's Native, and I don't blame her for taking the fucking money. You know, always take the money when you can. But the end game was to get out of it, and she was on her way out of it, and then really she was that fucking close, and for whatever reason, maybe it was the kids, you know, I didn't want to interrupt with the fucking kids because goddamn, if I don't want to fucking interrupt the relationship between the father and their fucking kids, which she had at the time. Maybe it's a unique situation, I don't know. But that fucked it up. She couldn't look past it, and then she pulled the fucking plug, and now, goddamn it, she didn't want to become her mom, and her mom was a fucking whore. She has like 4 kids by 5 different fucking people, and now, aside from that, at least I think they're all from the same father. Again, how do I know women like getting came inside of? She had a 3rd kid by the same guy. After having a relationship with me where she knew I was shooting blanks, so I was shooting inside of her every fucking time. How do I know? I don't know. Experience. Reason. Evidence. But yeah, she was right there, and look, I'll be out dead honest. Like, I would say it's heartbreaking, but Harrison X has my heart. I would say it's more soul breaking. I poured my soul into this goddamn person. I helped build her up as best I could, and
yeah, that's why you don't do that shit.
Well, now I know. Hey, look, I'm not perfect. No one is.
I am.
Boris is perfect. Go take your notes from Boris, not me. But be completely honest, like, fine. I know never to do that shit ever again. Dude, it's hard even thinking about that now. She was right there. She was right fucking there. For whatever reason. There it slipped.
You want me to give you and her a couple minutes alone together right now?
What's that?
Should I leave and like give y'all a couple minutes alone to yourselves or what?
Well, she's gone, so she's not here.
Yeah, well.
Whatever. I mean,
get you another one.
It's
the best thing to do. It's like my dad always said, when we get over a girl, get her another one.
Yeah. What's the hottest girl? The next one. You're not wrong about that. I just don't think it's going to be a next one for me, to be honest with you. I'm not doing that shit anymore.
Well, you're not supposed to invest in them like that. They're supposed to be investing in you like that. But yeah.
Well, that's the thing. She did. And that's why I invested in her, because she did invest in me.
Yeah, but
she invested hard.
Well, she's supposed to. But the thing is that you're not supposed to invest in them like that at all, ever. Even if they're investing, it's not like a 1-for-1 thing, man. And the other thing is, like, if she was willing to do that, there's got to be. Hey, look, man. There's like 4 billion women in this world. There's got to be another one somewhere that'll do the same thing, if not more and better. So
maybe
you just have to get your ass out there and look.
Maybe I no, you're not wrong about that. My thing is, if I'm satisfied with whatever relationship I'm in, I'm fine with that.
You can't sit here and say it's never gonna happen again if you don't go out there and look.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry. I got other shit to do. I'm not worried about that.
Nah.
I might end up in Olympia tomorrow because I told you about the Wiccan priestess. Ended up moving up here.
The other thing too, real quick, is that you don't go looking for that shit. Okay, don't go looking for that shit because
I don't.
Bad behavior. Don't do that. Don't go looking for what you had with that girl with another one.
Oh no,
it's never gonna happen. So
no, you're right. You're 100% right.
You can't even compare them. Like,
Well, let's just say I learned my lesson.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. Don't invest in these girls, man. There's too many of them.
Okay, I see what you mean, and you're right.
They have to fix it.
And it sucks. I mean, I really wish that had worked out, that she had gotten to where she wanted, but again, I said it myself, and I'm having to eat my own damn words here. Is like, women don't know what the fuck they want. They don't. It's gonna be whatever their guy wants. And I tried to help her with whatever she wanted. And up until that point, she got what she wanted. I actually helped her get what she wanted. I still remember I was on the way home one day and she had called me and she was in tears. And the reason she was in tears was she had a friend, or at least on paper, they were friends. And the video that she had was, what was it? She went from 170 pounds to 140 or 130 or something like that. She wanted this whole weight loss thing because she wanted to make herself better. And she started with the physical part, which is fine. But she went on that mission, and her friend basically said she didn't want to be her friend anymore. And she asked her why that was. And basically, what she said was her friend also was fat, but she didn't want to put in the work. And because Ball of Chaos was put in the work, diet, exercise-wise, whatever you have, she was actually doing that and getting results. She was making her friend feel bad, and therefore she don't want to be her friend anymore. So she calls me crying and shit. And what I told her was, why do you want to be friends with that kind of person in the first place? Now, if you, for whatever reason, you're losing weight for whatever reason, or you're trying to bulk up or do whatever body goal you have, I'm going to be supportive of that. I want you to do the best you can do for yourself.
Yeah, dude,
because we're actual fucking friends.
Dude, girls don't. Bro, if that were me in that situation, yeah, that's too bad. Because you know what? The thing is, my daughters come home from school with stuff like that. With those, girls, they fall in and out of their friendships and shit, and they're gonna have fights with each other. My little girl's coming home. She's like 7, 8 years old, coming home from school, telling me that shit with her friends. That one of her friends pissed her off, or they got into a argument about something and she's upset.
Okay.
The best way to deal with that is like, I feel bad for you, dear. It's too bad. And just leave it at that. And the thing is, like a week later, she'll become she came home and was like talking about the same girl, and they're all friends again. So,
and that happens a lot too. But my point was, why would you want to be friends with like with someone like that in the first place. Because ultimately what that is a toxic relationship.
Yeah.
It's crabs in the bucket.
That's
It's
not
like
even,
she wants you to be in the same, I guess, fat camp or whatever undesirable camp or whatever lazy camp or whatever it is that she's in. And now that you're moving out of that, then she feels uncomfortable. She's not putting in the work that you're doing to get out of that. And that's making her uncomfortable. And rather than doing the work herself, rather than taking the cues, and by the way, she's putting out videos of how you could do that. It's like you're not listening to that. You're just attacking her for getting out of the position that she was in, that you're in currently right now. And so I had to sit there, not sit. Well, I guess I was sitting because I was driving. I had to explain that on the fucking freeway. Was like, why the fuck would you want to be a friend with that kind of person in the first fucking place? Took a minute, but she eventually understood it. And look, she understood look, it. Okay, woman or not, she was actually smart enough to understand that shit. And she got it. And like what I did or not, the reason that I spent so much time trying to work with her and everything else is because she took the time to fucking understand what I was saying and actually implemented what I was saying. You know, this woman was wearing weights the same way that I was. She took literally what I was doing as an example and did it. And by the way, her own fucking husband now, or the father of her kids, did the same thing that I was doing because she did it. That influence reached that fucking far. That's why I took that amount of time and that amount of effort to actually help her out, because she put her money where her mouth was as far as what I had to say. That's why, if it had been anybody else, even the Hot Russian X, I don't even think I would have done that with. And she would listen to what I would have to say. Ball of Chaos. She did not fuck around. Anything I had to say, she fucking shut up. She sat down and she fucking listened. And that's why I spent that time with her. That's why. And so when I say that's a real fucking loss, that's a real fucking loss. I mean, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I understand what you're saying.
It's a loss because you had a damn. See, what happened was you had a covert contract with that girl. And that's why you're salty about it, because she was trying real hard and you were like fucking ego invested in her progress and stuff. So I mean, that's what I'm
Maybe
saying.
It was.
If she,
sorry, go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, if you're gonna, like, the girls have to figure that stuff out just like the guys do, and they have to do it on their own. Like, you can't hold hands and stuff like that. Nor should you. You know, it's like I was saying.
Even worse than that.
Yeah, that's why
it's worse than that.
Yeah, I know. Dude, I've run into girls like that too. They're fucking dumpster fires for the most part. But if change is gonna happen, they have to do it on their own. It's like I was saying inside of on the private thing, is that they have, like, you can't be their shrink, man. You can't be their therapist. You can't be their nutritionist. You can't be their fucking exercise coach and shit like that. They have to do that shit on their own. You cannot be those things ever. It's too much investment. It's too
I'll do you one better. And I think I talked about this before. You probably know where I'm going with this. Where do women attach their agency?
You what?
Where do women attach their agency? Just like men, women have their agency. Men attach it to whatever the hell they're doing. Where do women attach their agency to?
Their sexuality.
Which bonds to?
What do you mean bonds to? It doesn't. Their sexuality, their sexuality is, or their agency lies in their sexuality.
It does.
But the bonding.
I'll answer the question. Now these days, it's to the government. Ask me how I know. But in the olden days, and maybe every once in a while, they attach it to whatever man that they end up being bonded with. They attach their agency to them.
Yeah, that's out of necessity, though. And you don't see that stuff anymore.
You don't usually see it attached to the government.
No,
again, ask me how I know.
Yeah, they the bonding and stuff. That's, I don't know where you're going with the bonding, but yeah, I mean they don't need girls don't need men anymore. Like, it's not, we're not necessitous to their survival. So
the question is why? Why don't they need men anymore?
Because we have an overreaching authoritative government, federal government, that acts as a safety net for them.
And therefore they attach their agency to the government. That's what I was saying. And so that's the best provider for them. And that's the best fail-safe for them. And so they attach themselves to that. Ask the liberal pack wrangler how she fucking knows. I'll drop that on her next time I see her. And I'll see how she fucking takes that. But a lot of people do that. But for
bother with it.
Otherwise, they do it for the men that they end up having to rely on, end up having to support him to having to. I said rely on already, right? End up having to go along his path. They're going to attach themselves to something. It just depends on what it is. Now, for a while, she did it with me, and look, I'm willing to make myself I'm gonna make myself look like a fucking retard because I did this.
Say that you didn't want to have anything to do with her kids or anything, though? Like, you didn't want to be like their parent?
Well, that was a big point of contention.
Well, yeah, you think? Because that's not the only. Because see, that's the thing too. Is like, if she's got kids, that's also going to be a huge consideration inside her fucking algorithm. So
it definitely was. It was 100%. You're 100% right.
So, she's gonna. That's gonna be an overriding factor sometimes. If she's got, like, if you're
that was the overriding factor.
Yeah. Well, that's just a natural thing, man. That's nothing.
And it's not that I blame her for that. I understand. She wants to look for.
She was looking for a provider, dude.
Yeah, the provider to help her with her offspring. And look, okay, maybe I'm being too moral here, but the father of the kids is still in the fucking. He's still in the picture. He's not like dead or in jail or some shit like that. He's still there, and he's still helping to raise the damn kids. So I would rather have him raise the damn kids because, I don't know, he's the father of the kids than me, some Tyrone just showing the fuck up, who knows jack shit about raising kids. I think that's a better option. Just saying.
Well, the thing is that...
But I'm thinking maybe logical, but I understand what you're saying and what she may have been coming off of.
She wasn't looking at you for your parenting abilities, dude.
Oh, no, she wasn't. Ask me how I know. No, she wasn't. But that was definitely in the peripherals. It was in the background. And she had made that known more than once. I remember it was the birthday. We were walking to the Tiger Bar after we went to the barbecue place on her birthday, and she gave me the whole talk about, hey, we should meet the kids, and they'll all want to give you fist bumps and all this shit like them. And
Nope.
what I told her was, look, the father of your kids is still in the picture, and that's a good thing. I'm glad to hear that, because usually that's not the case. Usually the father of kids is somewhere else. He's in jail, or he's somewhere else and he's paying child support or some other shit like that.
I don't care, dude. Look, I've dated a bunch of single moms and shit. And look, here's the thing. Like, I have a strict, I don't want to meet your fucking kids policy, to the point that girls have disobeyed that shit, and I have fucking left them in the dust. Like, there's no.
And I don't blame you.
And I make that very clear with them. I'm like, I don't care about your fucking kids. I don't want to meet them. I don't want to know their fucking names. I don't even want to know if they're boy or girl. I want you casually bringing them up in conversation. I don't want to know that shit. That's your fucking thing.
Yeah, that's your business. It's not mine. When we're together, we are our own business. Yeah, what you have to do outside, that's something else.
I'm not I'm not going to be their dad. I'm not going to be their stepdad. I'm not going to babysit. If I ever meet them, we're done. Period. I don't care if it's by accident. We're done.
And that was the same stance that I had. So that's the exact stance that I had.
I let them know that up front. So there should be no conversation about meeting children of angels. And I've had girls break that shit or try to, and I'll be like, "We're done. Sorry, we're done."
No, you're not wrong. That's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did with this relationship.
Then why is she bringing up wanting to meet kids around you? Like, to me, if a girl had done that, I would have left her right then and there. That's called having boundaries. I mean, they're hard boundaries. And
well, what I said to her, and she accepted it at the time. Again, this is a woman, so obviously you can take that with a grain of salt because of how things worked out. What I said was, look, I don't want to get in between your kids and the father of the kids. I'm looking out for the kids' best interests. And again, I don't have to do this, but
it shouldn't even be a part
of the equation. The kids weren't they didn't ask to be born here, so I'm not mad at them.
Well, they definitely don't they're also not a cause for you to like even consider them in any of your thought processes of why you do
right. Well, right, exactly.
She should barely register, right, as a cause of concern. Like the kids, like they may as well be fucking Casper the Ghost, because they shouldn't even exist to you. That's
not going to happen with a mom of kids. That's never going to happen
with you though. Like, you shouldn't even be
okay. I see what you're saying.
Shouldn't be worried about like what's best for, because that's not your job. It's not your job to work.
No, it's not. It's the job of the mom and the father of the fucking kids, and that's the point I was bringing up.
Your job is to have a good time.
Okay, you have the father of the kids, and he's still in the picture. And by God, thank God, he's at least in the fucking picture. So let him raise the fucking kids. And I don't want to get in between that. You still have him there, and good that you have him there. I don't know how you have him there. Well, I know how you have him there because he's a fuck up, and because he can't move out of your fucking tribal housing because he did things that got him on several watch lists and he can't get a fucking job.
That's
but whatever. You got him there. He's still there with the kids. He's there to be able to raise the kids as best as he can. Maybe I could raise them better. I don't know, because I don't want to do it. And even if I wanted to, who knows how those kids would take, how I would raise them, because I'm an outsider.
You should.
I don't want to do that. And so let the father of the kids raise the fucking kids. We can do what we're doing here. Maybe later when they're older, they're grown up or something, maybe I can meet him or something. Like my father did with me. I told you about my father. Did I tell you about my father?
Yeah. But here's the thing, though. Like that seemed to be a major sticking point, and ultimately why y'all split up. But that just goes to show you, like, she was basically staking you out for like a fucking beta provider, dude. That's what she ultimately was with her. Because
at a certain point,
there was no certain point. That's what you were staked out for at the beginning. Okay. So
well, I can tell you why in a moment, but go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, because, dude, I've seen women just fucking leave their kids flat out. Don't say shit to them. No, bye. I'm going out or anything. I've seen women straight up just leave their kids for another dude. A lot. Okay. If it and you know, I've seen it so often enough that behavior enough in women that yeah, if she wanted to, if she really wanted to, I have no doubt that she'd up and leave her kids. If she had that much better a prospect with you, she would most likely leave her kids. Or she could have been, unless she was looking, the only other option is that she was looking to stake you out for like a better option than what she had. But because you didn't want to have anything to do with her kids, well, that threw a wrench in her plans. So she had to move on. Because if it wasn't that big a deal to her,
well, keep in mind, sorry to step out on you, but this actually happened fairly early on, and we went on for over a year after that. I know what you're talking about. That kind of family planning, that kind of, what do you call it? It was
manipulation.
That's manipulation, I guess. No, whatever. I know what you're talking about. This was not that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could be wrong.
You are.
I could be wrong.
I know you are.
I'll put that out there.
Ask me how I know.
Based on what I know, that is not the case. It was not the case here.
Uh-huh.
Based on all the experiences that I had with her afterwards, she would not have come back repeatedly and pissed off my neighbors all the fucking times that she did.
She don't care about your neighbors, dude.
I know. You get the point I'm getting at here. That wasn't the case. Ultimately, she did kind of want that. She wanted me to just kind of step in that role. I get that. What you're saying, that was not the case. That was not her. And trust me, I've seen that in a lot of other cases. Of course, in a lot of cases, Jesus Christ is... That shit gets even more depraved than either of us can fucking think of. But no, that's... I mean, I gotta say, it's a unique case all unto itself. It's in the article. I have the screenshot there. And I 100% believe it because of the way that she acted. I was your everything. And she was. No matter what I did, no matter what I wanted to join, she was like, fuck it, how do I get in there? And she was sending follow messages like, okay, did I pick this thing? Do I do this thing? Whatever. It'd be like the men's room black party or whatever. And that was, I think it was like $70, $80, or the bourbon and bacon thing that was in the city I live in now, actually, which is not that far away. Come to think of it,
But yeah, the thing is,
I'm
though,
gonna
man,
spend $100 just go to this thing because you're going there. What woman does that?
what woman does it? That's a girl who's qualifying herself to you because
That's a whole lot of qualifying because that was over a fucking year.
yeah, single mom. Hey,
And I'm
I'm gonna
not
tell you
saying
something.
you're wrong.
Let me tell you
but-
something, champ. Single moms play the long game, and they play it better than anybody else. If you don't think so, you didn't fucking learn your lesson. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you didn't understand that, you didn't learn your lesson. Single moms play the long game, and they play it really damn good. And the reason, if she's doing that stuff, is because she's qualifying herself to you, and her prospects or her alternative are worse than you. Like her
They're a whole lot worse.
yeah,
I'll say that right now.
yeah. You can see that because of what she went back to him. Okay, she went back to him because ultimately she couldn't solve for kids. You know, she couldn't solve the X factor, which is her kids. Kids equal X, and if you cut off that, you told her you don't have nothing to do with X, and if X plays a big enough role inside her equation, she's gonna leave you, even if she has to go back.
Man, maybe you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I know I'm right because I've seen this shit before too many times. She probably did it. She probably did it begrudgingly, but
Begrudgingly, no shit.
But she said you basically forced her to settle, and she settled backwards.
God, and look who she settled with.
But that's not your fault though. That is not your fault.
No, but seriously, look who she settled with.
Yeah, that's not your fault, dude. That's her fault.
Who started that shit?
Hey,
and then she had another fucking killer. It's
look at it this way.
I'm looking at it, and it's what the really?
Look at it this way though. She could not, like, you were the best prospect that she could get. What does that say about her? What does that say about her? If you're her best prospect, and whenever
well, I sound pretty damn good. So what are you saying about me here? Okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying though. You were her best prospect because, she went she went back to her ex-husband or whatever the fuck he was, because she couldn't get better than you, and she went backwards to him. She couldn't get anyone better than you, but so she went back to that guy. So what does that say about her?
Where else is she gonna go?
She could. Hey, she could.
I'll tell you this, just to add further context. She tried to go over the other guys, and they turned her down because they knew her situation.
Yeah, they were smart.
Initially, I turned her down because of her current situation, or her situation at least then.
Yeah, but you didn't.
Eventually, I did because, hey,
probably because she was throwing herself at you.
You know what? Hey, she was good enough. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to say I regretted it in any way, shape, or form. It was the most fun 12, 13, 14 months, whatever it was, of my life. It was so much fucking fun with her. It really was. All the times that I had with her, it was fucking great. It was great. I loved every moment.
Clearly, because you're still talking about it.
Yeah, I am still talking about it. There's a reason I'm still talking about it.
Well, there's two reasons.
Okay.
One, because it was
As
fun.
you're sharpening knives, but okay.
Yeah. One, because it was fun, like you said. But more importantly, is that you've never met a girl like that since. And that's more your fault.
How's that my fault?
You need to go out and meet more girls.
I met a ton of fucking girls. You know my fucking notch count? Like I stopped counting before 50. I stopped counting after 50. What the fuck? Trust me, I have the damn experience.
I failed
It's
to.
not that.
I fail to see how a single mom can be that much damn fun, because they're not.
She was. I will say this. She was. For all of her failings and all of her emotional baggage and all the other shit.
That's the thing, though, man. It's like
she was.
Someone with that many problems, Jesus Christ, they can't.
She was. Look, I don't know if you believe me or anything that I say. I will stake my reputation on that. Whatever reputation I have, she was. Dude, she was fun. She was one of the best people to have around. She was the best wingman. She was the best person to have just on your side. She was. I am not kidding about that.
I know you're not, but that's the sad part too.
Maybe you have somebody who's better. I don't know. For me, that was her. How Russian X is not bad either, but her, whatever I was in, she was in. And she would fucking amplify that as best she could.
Yeah. I told you, man. Single moms play the long game. I'm just saying.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. I hadn't thought about that, to be honest with you. I mean, you're not wrong about that. And especially seeing how things played out. Eventually, she wanted to adapt for her kids.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, though. Is like,
you're right about that.
I'm looking at ultimately her behavior, what she did at the end of the day, and it was not to hang around you. She moved on.
But that was after a fucking year. That's the thing.
Hey.
Okay, you're right.
Single mom.
She eventually left, and it was because of that reason. You're not wrong about that.
Repeat after me. Single moms play the long game.
No, you're right. You're right. And I mentioned that whatever fucking show I did that on. I can't remember what it was.
Everything she did was not expressly for your benefit of her being like a ride or die type of broad. That wasn't for you, buddy. That was not for you.
Not expressly, at least.
You might think it was for you. And ultimately, she acted that way and she behaved that way to serve her own purpose at the end. And whenever you made it clear to her that shit wasn't going to fly the way she wanted it.
Well, she knew that ahead of time. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they don't listen to
There's that convincing shit, and then once they figure out,
well, it's like you said,
it's not going to happen, and then the switch flips. She's there until she's not.
She's still a girl, and her agency is intersexuality. So she took that as a fucking hold my beer moment. She's like, yeah, he don't want to see my kids now.
Oh, she held quite a beers, I'll tell you that.
But let me love bomb the shit out of them. And take him for a ride, and do everything he wants, and he'll come around. Which some guys often, I mean, guys will do that. I have seen too many single moms and guys get tangled up with them, and they will be the best fucking whatever girlfriend that they've ever had in their life, and it'll be like that from like 9 months to a year, or until he moves in with her. Or they get a place together.
Oh dear.
Or he gets her pregnant, or they get married. Whenever he falls into any of those traps, and they're traps, brother. When he falls into any of those traps, she doesn't want. That's when she flips the script. I've seen it. Doesn't.
Well, I've seen that too. I know you're speaking my script here.
So
I've talked about a lot of that shit here.
So she
literally on this very program.
What she was doing for you, and what made her just this outstanding, awesome girl, like the fucking unicorn. That wasn't for you. None of that was for you. It was not for you.
Maybe.
No, it wasn't. And the fact that you don't understand that and embrace that kind of worries me, because it proves you didn't learn your lesson, not fully. When you're comfortable with the idea that she did all that for herself and not you, then you'll learn.
Well, she would have to have done that for her children, not just for herself.
Well,
because
yeah, not say herself, her children.
Her programming would be to get her children.
Yeah, that's
to get the resources and everything that they need to get to wherever the hell they're doing.
Yeah,
or whatever. I understand that stuff.
Yeah, none of that
the
stuff.
The way she acted.
Yeah, I know. Girls can be very, very persuasive. I understand, young grasshopper. They can be very persuasive.
And look, I'm not new to this. I know I'm young, but I'm not new to this. I'll defend myself again. Go ahead and shoot me down again if you need to. No problem with that. The way that she acted, I was like, no matter what the fuck I did, she was going to be there. Maybe that was for an ulterior motive.
It was.
I understand that. Maybe it was. But from what I can tell, and I'm a very good judge of character. Hell, I let you on this fucking stream. And I'm like, okay, who's this bull rush asshole? Okay, I guess he's okay to show up here. But you know what? I let you on the stream. I let whoever else is who listens on the stream. I know who the fuck to trust. This is not new to me. My understanding of trusting people beyond not just meat space, not just knowing people online, but their understandings and all this shit. I have gone way beyond that shit. And so when I look at somebody like her, I looked at what she had to say based on what other people have said who have also had kids, who have also had other families and all that other shit going on. I judged all that shit. You realize she's the only other person that I have let come to the other place I used to live at before I lived at the place here. She's the only damn person that I let come to that other place. Not the place that I'm at here. But the place I was at before. And the reason I had given was, what was it? And it was actually pretty accurate. We had fucking SWAT teams coming there like every other fucking week because of the goddamn crack dealers that were living on the compound. I'm not kidding. And so that's the reason I gave. And I told her specifically, I got permission from the landlord like that she could come there specifically. She was a very special case that I actually brought in. I have not done that. I had not done that and there was like 4 or 5 other people that I could have brought in to my place. that I could have banged that would have fit in with that description that you're talking about. Okay, I don't know. They're kind of unknowns and all this other shit. She's somebody that I hashed out. We have talked in the goddamn car until the sun came out. Literally, you know what they tell you that you're supposed to do with your life partner or whatever, your wife or your husband and all this shit. You talk to people and you get to know each other and all this shit before you actually go fuck each other after you get married and all this shit. We actually did that. That's in the fucking In Memoriam article, by the way. We did that extensively before anything ever happened. That's the only reason I was comfortable with her actually coming over to the damn house. And the funny thing is,
Like, so
after
basically-
that happened,
So let me get this straight. She
go ahead.
bamboozle you. Well, you thought she was a good judge. You thought she was a
No, I spent my time actually making sure I knew who the fuck I was talking to.
And the deciding factor was because y'all had long talks into the wee hours of the morning.
And before that, actually.
Yeah.
A lot before that.
Uh-huh.
And other away games that I haven't mentioned here, but
yeah,
that's going to take a long time to actually put out. But, you know,
it's like,
there you go.
Why do you believe anything a girl says?
I mean, that's a fair point, but you know what? I'm the one that's... Look, I'm the one that's here that grade the fucking... Look, I've dealt with... I can't even remember how many girls. As far as this one goes, the only problem that ended up happening was her fucking ex, and that was a issue that I knew was probably going to happen. That was the only X factor. She wasn't the problem. Her ex was.
No, you're wrong. You were
okay.
wrong. You were wrong, sir.
I'm listening.
If the thing about girls, I'm gonna tell you like this: if she would have, he would not have been a factor at all. She would have made it as such that you would have known, you wouldn't have even known of his existence except what she told you. This shit of him like showing
Well,
up.
she told me what was going to happen. She told me about this guy, his cessation and all this stuff. She warned me as best she could.
Yeah, look. I've had this similar situation with previous girlfriends and stuff. You know, single moms and not single moms, just like weird boyfriends and shit. And I tell them the same thing. If you know, I understand you got like a ex and stuff like that. If they ever become a problem for me, we're done. I don't care if he shows up out of the blue or whatever. If I even become aware of his existence, like in a physical form, like if I don't want to meet him, if he shows up to my house or my business or anything like that where I'm working, that shit is not on you, right? As a guy, I'm like, I'm not dealing with it. We're going to be done. And you watch. Girls will go to great lengths to ensure.
Well, here's the thing. Sorry to interrupt you.
So either you weren't very clear about that, but she was establishing basically a boundary right there with you by telling you that he could probably show up to your, you know.
Well, she didn't know that. That's what I'm trying to say. The first time that happened, she had drove in it was a Honda Civic or something that he added his name or whatever. She drove that over to my place and we were doing our thing and we went back And this is back when there was like a bunch of fires and shit. I still remember that. And I walk her back to her car. We talk to my landlord, who on paper shouldn't be okaying this, but honestly didn't really fucking care. And they're talking about all this shit. And we get back to her car, and there's a box of something on her car. I don't remember what the fuck it was. But it was left by the father of her kids. He didn't tell her that he tracked her here. It was, she didn't know, is the point. And I still remember that being, it brought her to fucking tears. Like, it brought her to a kind of a mental breakdown.
Not your problem.
You know what? I'm gonna defend myself.
And I'd been her boyfriend, I'd have left her ass right there.
I'm gonna defend myself. And you can go ahead and take me apart if you want. Go right ahead. Look, I fucking consoled her and it was, look, this guy is after you because, I don't know, whatever reason, he's not getting what he wants.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's pursuing you to this degree means he can't get it anywhere else. Why else would he come this far? Why else would he fucking follow you, the mother of his kids, out here? Why else would he do that?
Because men are possessive.
No shit.
And the thing is, he could have probably.
And that's the best. Look,
he could have had 100 girlfriends. He would have still pursued her most likely.
If he could fucking get them. And I still remember the fucking flood of messages I got after that.
It doesn't matter.
I went to go see my parents afterwards.
Doesn't matter if he could get other girls or not.
Well, he can't. Why do you think he was still focused on her?
Because he's possessive, like all men.
He couldn't do any better. That's why. You want to ask me how I know? I've been there.
Well, I don't deny that. Like, he probably couldn't get other girls, but that's not the primary reason why. Some guys are just possessive. They're fucking spurs. Okay.
By the way, in case you don't know, race does matter here. He was Mexican. Mexican men are very. Now you bring it up. Mexican men are very. What was the word you used? Possessive. They are.
Yeah, but
you want to ask me how I know? I got stories on how. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, I live in Southeast Texas. I've got stories too, but
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was a deciding factor because I've seen guys get a bunch
of them,
and they still. Yeah, it could be one of them. I'll give you that, but I don't think it's the main reason. Just because I've seen too many guys just who was able to get girls, but they still wanted. See, guys want what they can't have sometimes, and that's probably the bigger draw than anything for them.
Well, that too.
If you tell, especially if because what it does, it unlocks for guys. It unlocks that competitiveness inside their brain. Okay, that's probably why he was pursuing her, because it was a conquest thing for him. It was a competitive.
Well, keep in mind, it's somebody that he already had that he ended up losing. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And he lost her for a reason.
No. He don't care about the reason. He just wants her back.
Well, he got her back. But anyways.
Yeah, that was so yeah, so he showed up, put a box on her car full of shit, and then she started crying, and you sent for her, and she slowly began to draw you in her web. I get it. It happens.
She didn't. She came into mine. Again. I mean, you can laugh at me all you want. Go ahead. I mean, because I'm already used to that. She walked into mine. She did what I did. I told you about that story where, what was it? I took her to work and she had one of those, what was those, a line bike or something that was like really fucking back heavy. And she was going to do deliveries on that. And not only did she lose money getting out here, but she lost money doing that too. And she ended up on the phone crying like her eyes out or something.
Not your problem.
That was...
It's not your problem. Tell her to figure it out. And she would too.
What ended up happening with that was she had somebody... I didn't. Somebody else came up and she started crying her eyes out and brought her in the house. And I ended up going to the house that this person was in. And
for some more simping.
Hey, she fed me sushi and she got me some, like, what was it, like some sake or something or whatever the fuck it was.
Well, that's the least she could do. I mean, you simp for her.
No, this was the person that took Bowl of Chaos in.
She didn't even do it for you. She had her buddy do it. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I ended up taking her home and we fucked later, but whatever. I was like, yeah, that happened.
Yeah, she saw her mark, dude. She played it flawlessly. Beautiful.
No, this was not. You were placing too much intent on this. Bowl of Chaos has not done any of what you're saying.
Wait, is this a different girl? Or is it the same one, the single mom?
Single mom, Bowl of Chaos.
Okay.
Bowl of Chaos has not done any of what you're saying. Maybe she's done it unconsciously, but not maliciously, is what you're saying.
No, it's never malicious.
She is not doing that on purpose. She's not doing that consciously.
Probably not. I'll give you that. Probably not. But she, at a subconscious level, she is working you.
Now, she does want a father for her kids. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've worked with that and all that stuff. I get what you're saying.
She does have a father for her kids.
Well, she does now.
she had one then too, even when she was with you. But yeah, I think that's very telling that you explain it like that, though, because the
way that I'll put it this way: the way that she acted, that wasn't it. Maybe that was an underlying software or something. I can understand that. But the way she acted, the things that she did, things that I can't even say here.
Yeah.
I couldn't even say it on the fucking the private chat. No.
Yeah, she loved bombed you, dude. That's what they do. She had fun. She have her fun, but it all, whether consciously or subconsciously, it all goes back to she's following her programming. It's not malicious or anything.
Well, it's all going to come back to raising the kids and all that shit. I know that, and I know that now.
Because if it wasn't, she would have left her kids, dude. I'm telling you.
You're right.
She would have
You're right about that.
Fucking dust, especially if the dad was taking care of them and stuff, and was in their life. She would have had no issues leaving them. I promise you. I've seen
it. And I'll give you an example about that. Tom Leykis has talked about that. He had a woman that loved him so much that he said she had a kid and he was going to move to some other place because that's what you do when you're in radio. You always move all different places.
Right.
She was going to follow him and
Right.
leave the damn kid with
Yep.
the father.
Absolutely.
So you're not wrong about that. And he even says, like, you're going to leave your own fucking flesh and blood with somebody else so you can come follow me and fuck me and all this other shit. Like, are you fucking serious?
Absolutely.
And she said yes.
Absolutely.
So you're not wrong about that.
That shouldn't be a shock.
It's not, at least not these days.
Not ever, because girls have always been like that. Like I said, if she was like completely ride or die for you, she wouldn't have she would have left her kids, man. She would have left her kid or kids or whatever, and wouldn't have said another thing about it. It sounds brutal, but
Well, maybe she wasn't. I don't know. I mean, I never wanted to come between her kids and her dad. That's
not
one line I wanted to never cross.
Well, that's not your problem because that would have never been an issue. Because if she figured she would have lost you or something like that because of that, she would have worked very hard to make that a non-issue, up to and including disowning her family. Because I've seen that happen.
Well, she had disowned her family up until that point, but that's another thing entirely.
Yeah, well, she disowned them. She disowned them so long as they didn't prove to be any kind of help for her. You know, like I said, I mean, girls, you got to look at what they do and not what they say.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And
that's what I try to do. That's what I do.
You're sitting
that's why I'm saying what I'm doing.
You're sitting there.
That's what she did.
Like trying to rationalize that, you know, she was good in bed, did everything you wanted, and then some.
It's not that is well. There is that in bed, and that's a good thing. But it's everything else that.
Yeah, she's playing a part, man. That's all I'm trying to get you to understand. She was playing a part, whether consciously or subconsciously. She was still playing a part because she's following her programming, her innate programming. And if she, like, if the thing is, how do I put this? If you were all that in a bag of potato chips, she would have forgotten about her kids, her ex-old man, her family. She wouldn't have cared. They would not have been a consideration in her mind at all. She would have rationalized that shit away in a heartbeat. She would have. But she didn't.
So I guess it wasn't shit then. All right.
So you're
good to know. I wasn't shit.
Not enough, you know. Not enough. Especially when you lay down, whenever you lay down that when you completely shut that door on not wanting to be, you know, like wouldn't have to deal with her kids. And she walked. That tells you all you need to know.
Well, she was there for a year afterwards, but whatever. I understand what you mean.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying though, is that like, but the thing is, that's why she acted the way she did and played the part that she did with you, because she was hedging, or she was leveraging what she had between her legs.
You're not wrong about that.
To try to change.
I can give you a story about that. I still remember we were talking about this, and
but you see what I'm saying?
This is like right after we were having sex, and the bed is like completely fucking wet, and she points to it, and she points to the bed that is completely fucking soaked because she is there, and she says, "So what was that all about?" Literally pointing to the bed. So she's directly tying her sexuality to whatever the fuck we were about at the time. So you're not wrong about that.
Yeah, that there, she's fishing for a compliment. That's what that is. Yeah, she's fishing for a compliment.
No, she's tying her sex. No, is what you were saying earlier. She's tying her sexuality to more commitment and to raise whatever the fuck is going on in her life. That's what it is. She's using her sexuality to tie you into more commitment.
Yeah, that's why she asked the question that she did, dude. She was
What was that about? Why did we fuck for 3 fucking hours? That's what happened on that spot that was super fucking wet, and that's what she pointed at.
yeah, she was trying to engage your investment level. Is what she was trying to do. That's what she was trying to do.
Which I was already invested, but
Because
not in the way that you want it.
she was trying to engage your investment level in her based off.
Well, it already was. It just was in the way that she wanted.
You know, she
wanted a fucking father for her kids.
Yep. And she saw
And
you.
guess what? Now she has one. It just isn't the one that she wanted. Who also, funny enough, is the father of their kids.
Yeah.
Funny enough. Funny how that works.
I was just about to say, funny how that works out, huh?
You know what? Again, I hope they end up happy. I hope it works out for them. Because you know what? I've seen it not work out. And if it doesn't fucking work out, oh, do you have a fucking uphill battle to climb? You thought you had an uphill battle to climb just getting to me, sweetheart. Do you know what kind of uphill battle you have to deal with now? You thought 45 degrees is bad? Try 90 degrees. That's what you got to deal with now.
Have you ever read Rob's post on karma?
No.
Go read that, because I think that post perfectly illustrates what you're doing right now.
Dude, go look back on the post I did on this. What was it? Learning and Burning, I think is on this show.
Mm-hmm.
I went into this on Bullet Cows, basically, specifically. The second half of it. The first half was on, what was it? Alpha Hans Gruber, this guy who thought he was an alpha male or something, but somehow he's getting a divorce court and he's getting taken to the ringers and all this shit. But the second half is on Bullet Cows herself, and basically I discovered on what happened to her. She got pregnant by this guy, and she got back with him, and I went back and looked at all this other shit. They ended up getting back together because they're the best they could do for each other and all this other stuff. And I draw so many fucking lessons from it. I actually wrote down a bunch of things from it. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can find it. There it is. Here we go. I got it. Eric got what he wanted. Eric is the guy who that's her ex that she got back with. They both are the best they can do. That's another lesson. From fat and short hair to basically the same. When she made her first video, she was fat and short haired. But by the time she made her video, she had worked on herself. She had worked off like 40 pounds or something. She had grown her hair back out. And she looked pretty decent at least. She was okay at least by the time I met her. And it was about a month after that. But by the time, right now, at least at the time we're talking, she basically looks the same as she did before that. She basically regressed. What else? There we go. Knew having kids was a bad idea. You know who Aaron Clarey is, right?
Yeah, dude.
Have you ever heard the book, what was it, Black Man's Guide to Poverty?
I've heard of it. Yeah, I've never read it.
I've read it. Did it just get dark in here? There's one chapter in here that I read her. You want to guess what it was?
What?
Don't fuck up. And I'll summarize it as best I can. Don't have kids that you can't afford. Now, this woman already having 2 kids at the time, you can tell how well that went over. And I had to tell her multiple times, just hang on. Let me read that through to the end. And there's other things, legal issues, parental issues, all this other stuff. And by the time I got to that, I got to the end of it, and I'm starting to hear guitar strumming. That's her playing her guitar. And she does that when she gets really stressed out. And she ends up telling me, look, I know having kids was probably a bad idea. I'll leave her alone because women are built to have kids, so I can't blame her for having kids.
Sure you can.
But
yes, you can. You sure as fuck can. See, that's the problem, though, is that you're trying to relieve her of her agency. Okay?
No. Hang on a second. Let me say that again.
Okay.
Women are built to have kids. So if they have kids coming along the way, chances are they're going to have the kids, no matter the fucking circumstances.
No,
whether it's a good idea or not, that's a different fucking discussion. And that's the discussion we're going to have now. I understand what you're saying.
They control all that.
I get it. No, you're right. But they are going to want to have kids. They're kind of built for that. But I had this woman literally in tears. And she was saying, had I known better, I probably wouldn't have had the kids that I had now.
So, look, girls cry all the time for shit. Girls cry just for fucking crying sake. So, that's why, unless she's like got snot bubbles coming out of her nose and fucking makeup's running and shit, I don't.
She was pretty close to that.
Yeah, but she wasn't. That's the thing. And that's what you need to understand. Girls aren't genuinely crying 99% of the time. They're not. Unless they
she was. Trust me, she was. I know that.
If she's not like rolling around fucking on the floor or like curled up into a ball on a couch or fucking mattress or something, just bawling her eyes out with a fucking big ass pillow that she's holding on to, chances are, girl, it's crocodile.
Bull. This person has been in my fucking room. She's been in my bed.
And even if she was,
stuff. Trust me.
Who cares?
I've seen this. I know exactly how she reacts. I'm not saying this to extend this to every woman or anything. I understand what you're saying. I know this woman. I know her inside and out. I know exactly how she will react. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I would not say this if I thought this was just some kind of,
Manipulation.
corporate reaction or whatever, I would not say that. I know exactly how she reacted. If this woman was in person, she'd be on the fucking floor crying. I know exactly who this is. Why do you think I'm talking about her? I've only talked about 2, maybe 3 women on this fucking show. And she probably is one of the ones that I've talked about the most. There's a reason I'm talking about her. And that's because I know who the fuck this is. I understand what you're saying, but I know the reactions that I have fucking personally seen. She is not acting. This is her. And maybe this is not her, at some other point, again, women's emotions, reactions, and all this other shit. It could change with weathers, whatever. But at the time, that was her. I still remember it. I still remember it to this day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, who cares though? She's crying. Who gives a shit?
I'll be honest. You know what?
Even when
I
they
still
do cry,
care.
even when girls do cry, it's really not of any significance.
Okay, I'm listening.
Because girls cry. Well, no, it's just girls cry all the time for various fucking reasons that are always going to be a
How many times do they cry because you made them?
lot.
All right.
A lot. You'd be surprised.
Okay. I'm listening.
Girls cry if you tell them they're fat. They look fat, dude. I'm telling you.
How many times do they cry because you told them they shouldn't have had the kids that they fucking had? That's what I'm getting at.
Well, yeah. I don't
Because
disagree.
that's what I was talking about. That was the whole fucking point of talking about the don't fuck up thing. First thing there, don't have kids you can't have. And we talked about legal things, we talked about everything else. And I had to fucking handhold her through that so she wouldn't fucking fall apart through that. And she had to go grab her fucking guitar and start playing it so she wouldn't fucking fall apart. That's how fucking far that went.
Yeah, that only shows you're a good little white knight. Because honestly, dude, that's the thing though. It's like you saying you had to
call me a white knight if you want.
You had to
I cared about her. That's why I took those fucking steps. Look, you know what? Rob also said it as well. Rob is RobSays.net. He said it as well. You know what? If you haven't had a woman that you didn't care about that much, you haven't fucking lived. You know what? I'm fine with putting myself out here as caring about this person. Maybe I shouldn't have. And that's up for debate. But that's somebody I cared about. And I really did. I really fucking did. What is your life if you haven't found anybody that you haven't cared about that much? Rob himself said that. Whether you set any, stone by that or anything, whatever, that's on you.
Well, I think more accurately, what he said though was that if you haven't had your heart broken by a girl, then you haven't really lived.
No, I guess that too.
No, that's what he said.
I guess I kind of have here.
Well, you did.
I don't have a heart anymore. She more or less took my soul, basically.
Oh my god, so fucking dramatic.
Even worse. Even worse.
You want me to go buy you some fucking chocolate so you can cry about it?
Yeah, I get my own damn chocolates. I'll be fine. If you want to send me chocolates, that's fine.
Poor baby.
That's cool. Bull Rush, if you want to send me chocolates, that's okay. I'll send you my.
I'm gonna send you some fucking chocolates. I'm gonna get you some chocolates and a big ass life-size stuffed bear, so you can fucking so you can cry your little fucking man tears into it. And you shove your fucking face full of chocolate.
I just want the chocolates, damn it!
No, you're gonna get all of it. You're gonna get all of it. You fucked up. You fucked up, champ.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now you throw me off fucking topic.
I don't do half measures. You're getting a whole fucking man tear kit.
There we go.
I'm gonna throw in some fucking tampons in there so you can dry your tears.
Hey, tampons, I actually do want to get those in my first aid kit because apparently those are good for like blood clots and all that shit. You know, you would know more about that than I would.
Yeah, like, I would tell you don't do that because tampons do not come in a sterilized package. Okay.
Really? I thought they did.
No, they don't.
What? Really?
No, they don't.
Oh shit!
Not medically sterilized. They don't, dummy. So I mean,
for the comment zone, I don't know if I care, but you know, okay.
Like if that was all you had, then I would say okay. But
all right,
you're not at that level yet. You're like, I'm gonna stuff those in my first aid kit. How about just fucking dropping the extra money and getting some Kerlix gauze that's in a medically sterile?
Well, I've got the gauze. Don't worry about that. I've got the gauze.
Well, buy more.
If you're, I got a lot of gauze. Don't worry. You're right. I probably should buy more. Actually, you know, just so you know, I probably should buy more.
If you're considering buying tampons to supplement your first aid kit in place of gauze, then you probably need to get more gauze first.
All right? No, you're right.
There's two.
It was just something I heard. Okay, that's all. That's all. I just heard a fucking rumor. Okay, I thought it run it by you because you're somebody who will fucking know about it.
You asked. I would say do it if it's a last resort. If that's all you had, fine. But if
all
not,
right. Okay.
If you have other options,
I just thought I'd ask. You know, you're the person. You were in the Marines. You were in Big Map and all this other shit. If I'm going to ask somebody, I'm going to ask you. So, okay. I just heard them like, okay, tampons are good for that. I don't know.
It can be.
Maybe I should ask somebody
because there's an absorbent material, but they are not. They're not medically sterile supply. Okay. Now you can use those for like if you're out in the fucking woods or offside on a road or something like that, and something happens, you need something to pack.
You're in a long-term relationship with a woman and you already have them on you.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have nothing else to use. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work because it's an emergency situation and you failed to be fully supplied in class.
Winning, no.
So how about we not have that problem and buy more gauze?
You know, you're not wrong. Yeah, get more gauze. Get shit that actually is for that. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad I asked the question because I hadn't thought about a lot of this.
I mean, if you're gonna do that, if you use tampons, like, why not use like an unused sock? You know, that's absorbent, or toilet paper.
Well, toilet paper is going to be out of stock within the next couple of months because that's what goes out of stock because of viruses and everything else that goes on here these days. You know,
that's true.
It's like we're going to run out of toilet paper for reasons. It's not because trees have like died or anything. It's just reasons. You know.
Well, that was just because people are sheep.
I wish they were sheep. Sheep are actually useful. These fuckers aren't. They're the opposite of useful.
They'll they'll be useful in time. Okay, when shit hits the fan,
They'll be useful and they can be burned for energy. That's when they'll be useful.
they're gonna need.
As far as
Look,
I'm concerned.
the way I look at it is, I like the sheeple, and they ultimately will most likely serve their purpose as excellent slaves in a post-apocalyptic world, because you need slaves to rebuild with, as manpower to rebuild the fucking new civilization. Okay, so you have to position yourself to be a ruthless motherfucker and take advantage of things like that, because sheep are not ruthless. And if you can be ruthless more than the next guy inside that kind of situation, then you have a slave. And then that slave will probably have a family, and they could be slaves too.
Most likely they are.
Oh, they will be. The mom, any kids that they have, they're all slaves. So that's the way you got to look at it. They're just future slaves for you. Okay? And if you're not comfortable with that, then you need to start getting in the headspace to be so, or else you're going to be my slave. And I don't treat slaves very well. Okay? I'm fucking brutal with them, because they're worse than the bus line. I treat them worse than the bus line. I treat them like a taxi. You're like an Uber.
Or left, right. And
that's
yeah,
why
I guess.
You gotta be so get in that headspace though. I'm just saying, if you want to,
No, I understand what you're saying.
You don't have to listen to me, but it might help you.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. Maybe I'm the wrong.
See, you're just soft.
Wrong in saying this. Maybe I am soft. I don't know.
Right, and that's
I'm not. Well, but by the way, I am not soft. I will start cutting motherfuckers down when I need to.
Oh, we'll see.
Trust me. I will start cutting motherfuckers down. And by the way, I am waiting on the fucking opportunity to start cutting motherfuckers down. I really fucking am. Just between me and you.
Well, it's not something
but again, well, you hit it on the head. It's not what I want to do. And so let's go back to kind of the more diplomatic thing. Let's go back to the trade thing. Okay. Things are kind of going bad. So we trade this for that and all that stuff. It's like, let's go ahead and do that. Can we do that?
I'm just saying,
if it starts, sorry, go ahead.
If you're not prepared to put a bullet in the back of someone's head because they put one teaspoon of sugar too many inside your cup of coffee that morning, you're not mentally prepared. I'm just saying. If you're not ready to put a bullet in the back of your head for that reason and kick them off in a ditch somewhere, you're not ready. You're soft. But that's okay.
I don't know if I do that for somebody's coffee, but okay.
Well, you're not right.
But I understand. I understand where you're coming from.
You're not right headspace. I'm saying.
Look, you know what? You're talking to a guy who ended up in the conversation in the confrontation with a guy who I parked barely outside of the fucking lines, and the guy came out and started talking shit to me.
Yeah, I saw that. But the thing is, you're also the same guy who simps for girls whenever they start crying. So,
what are you talking about?
You're the guy that wants to run around and console a girl because she's crying.
What? Where the fuck did you read that?
You told me that just a few minutes ago. Your girl started crying, and you consoled her.
If it's a specific girl, if it's one that I know, maybe.
Yeah, that's what
not
I'm saying.
Any other fucking girl.
No.
What the hell?
You're still consoling.
If it's a girl I know, then maybe.
Yeah.
And by the way, that has been recently in almost like 2 years now. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Hey, old habits die hard.
That's been a long time ago.
I'm just saying, it makes you suspect right now. until proven otherwise.
I'm
So-
not sipping over any girl right now. In case you're wondering.
Well, I'm not wondering about that. I know that. I'm just saying the behavior's there. You're suspect until proven otherwise.
Fucking Christ. Okay. All right. Wait, we're gonna have to deal with this shit. It's,
I'm just fucking with you.
it's like I already end up with fights with other people, and now I'm getting questioned. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Fine.
that's how it works.
It's-
You act like a bitch, you get questioned like a bitch until you prove otherwise. That's how this
What
shit.
else is new? What
That's
else is
all-
new?
My life may depend on you not being a bitch one day. Okay, so
Oh,
it might be
Jesus.
nice if you showed you had some fucking backbone. And I give you props for the guy inside the video. That's that's a step forward, a couple steps forward. Okay, but you're not there yet.
Oh my God. There we go.
There's going to have to be a lot more confrontations like
I'm
that.
fucked.
You can't look. Well,
Wait a minute. Hang on. Actually, now you bring it up.
one act doesn't
Um,
save you. Okay, you're still suspect until proven otherwise.
Did you see that confrontation I had with that fucking retard that was yelling at me because I didn't have my mask on? And
You had that one, and you had the one with the bike, which I mean, technically,
it
I
wasn't on the bike. I was in my
skateboard.
car,
yeah,
but this guy was fucking yelling at me or something. And honestly, I'll be honest with you. I wish I actually gotten out of the fucking car and fucking confronted this guy, because I would have figured out what 6.5 pounds of extra force behind a punch would have done to a fucking human jaw. I really wish I had fucking done that. I really wish I had, but I didn't. And
I know what it does.
what are you gonna say? But this fucking retard just went full fucking and it goes back to my article that it's live on my channel. The rough draft is on the goddamn bacon.com now.
I know what it does, though. You want to know what it does?
What
Uh,
it does actually?
the fist to the jaw thing.
Well, an extra 6 pounds it's extra 6 pounds behind it. That's a different matter altogether.
You know what it does? It gets you in jail for aggravated assault, which is an enhancement over regular assault, because that extra 6 pounds of weight is considered a weapon.
Oh fuck! Is that shit again? All right, it's that everything's a fucking weapon again. Okay, I've already gone through that bullshit. God damn it! We're gonna have to deal with that shit again.
Kind of like brass knuckles. That's considered a weapon.
You know what? Okay, you know what?
I mean, it could be. I don't know. Maybe the laws are different where you're at.
I have steel-toe boots that I usually wear everywhere,
Those are considered a weapon.
and that's okay. Shit! You even said it yourself. That's considered a fucking weapon.
Yeah.
It's just a thing that I wear because, I don't know, the line of work that I work in. I work in fucking Seattle, and we got these fucking protests that happen out here all the fucking time that I have to fucking deal with.
Yeah, but it's fine if you're using them expressly for footwear. But whenever you get in an altercation
They
And
are
you-
fucking footwear.
and you decide to use them against someone's head, or some other part of the
Everything's a
body,
weapon. Everything's a fucking weapon.
you've
Fucking
just
weapon.
changed the purpose of that object.
Well, I didn't have a fucking choice because I was being fucking attacked. That's why.
Well, usually, if you're
You
in
know
an-
what? This can right here, it's metal. But tell you what, if I decide to rip it in half, and I can do that,
or if you just bludgeon
if
someone,
I
with it,
rip it in half, no, you can't bludgeon it because it's empty. You're not going to be able to bludgeon anyone with it.
well, if it
But if
wasn't,
I rip it in half, and now I have a sharp fucking edge on it on both ends, by the way.
Yeah.
Now you can cut someone's fucking jugular open. Guess
Right.
what? That's a fucking weapon.
it is because you just changed the intent of that object.
So everything is a fucking weapon. Then my post about everything's a weapon is it has been fucking vindicated. Everything is a fucking weapon because that's how we're gonna fucking define every fucking thing. Are you fucking serious?
No, I mean, yeah, because look, man,
Fucking, you gotta be fucking.
objects are just objects.
Oh my god.
They have no.
Dude, humans have nothing else to worry about. You know, what's the never worry about global warming or some shit? Or where the food was going to come from? Like that kind of shit. Are we worried about this bullshit? Really? It's like, that's what we're worried about?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a weapon, and now we're going to prosecute. That's what we're worried about?
Well, I mean,
you got to be shitting me.
Look, I'll tell you like this though. Okay, here's the thing. You don't have to worry about it, but you also have to be comfortable with like serving an extra 10 years in jail, in prison for that. Like, you know.
Well, that means I kind of have to worry about it now, don't I?
You don't have to. No one said you had to. I'm just saying, pick your battles.
Well, if I'm worried about spending 10 years in jail, kind of worth worried about. I'm just saying.
And the thing is, it's like it could be the difference between self-defense difference between self-defense or actual assault. Because even with steel-toe boots, like
you kick somebody that's attacking you, and then you get assault. You get charges for assault. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that would just be self-defense. But
okay.
if for example, like you punched him in the face and knocked him out, and he's laying on the ground defenseless where he can't defend himself, and you decided to kick him in the ribs or
that's different. He's already down, so he's not a threat anymore, and then you attack him anyways. That I understand. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's that you're defending yourself. Somebody is attacking you. Like, think Kyle Rittenhouse. The guy was literally on the fucking ground. He was getting kicked in skateboards, and he had a Glock pointed at his fucking face. And that's when he decided to fire his AR-15. Like, that's the kind of shit I'm thinking about. And that guy is still getting the fucking ring around. And he's still fucking scarred for life. Like, he can't get over it. Ask him how he knows. You know,
if I run into him,
like, no, that's just like, wait a minute. I can't defend myself against somebody who's attacking me without getting fucking legal action. Are you fucking serious? That's what I was asking at the beginning of this.
Oh, okay.
So I was a little bit confused. I'm sorry if I fuck things up there. My bad.
Yeah, you're perfectly within your right to do what you need to do to.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool.
Up to and including, don't be there jitsu.
Don't be there jitsu. One of the most important martial arts to learn, alongside what was it? Deny engagement, Kundo, or what was the other one? I can't remember.
I don't know. But even if, like, realistically speaking, even if, like, I have a concealed carry license or a license to carry a concealed weapon. Even then,
the feds know you have a weapon.
Even then,
no skin off my game.
Yeah, I don't care. They don't know all what I have, but anyway, they just know I have a license.
Right, and that's true. Yeah.
Even then, look, I would still, if I were in an altered situation, I would still try to get the fuck away from there as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
Like, I would run. You know, that's the best.
You leave, you get the fuck out of there. Yeah. You don't want to have to deal with that in the first place.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with that stuff. Even if you have a gun. Like, you're not. We're in Texas where I live. We don't have a obligation to retreat, but if I did have a way out, then I would take it.
So would I.
And that's just not because I'm a nice guy.
And that's not.
That's because I don't.
It's not because I'm a. Yeah, it's not because I'm a coward or anything. It's like, you know what? Look.
Well, no, cowardice.
I want to go. I want to go home and drink.
Yeah.
Or I want to go home and have somebody come over, and I want to go fuck the shit out of them. And I can't do that if I'm dealing with the fucking legal system. I'm in fucking jail.
Yeah.
Or I'm doing, anything else.
Because here's another thing. Because the reason I say that, it's not so much being a coward. It's just like you're making a choice that's in your best interest. Okay. And usually those kind of situations, your best interest is to run and get out of the area as quickly as possible. That's your best interest. If you can't run, well, then you have other alternatives. Because even if you were to use, your licensed handgun in a self-defense situation, it was legit criminally, like you didn't have any criminal charges pressed against you, you still have to deal with that person's family or living family. And you also have, because they're most likely gonna file a lawsuit against you. And inside common law court. So you might not have any federal or criminal charges. You might get off, innocent from that, but you're still going to have to face a civil suit from any living relatives. That's
well, and to add to that,
and the thing about it is, in a civil case, the thing about civil case is that the evidence, like the threshold for conviction in a civil case, is a lot lower than what it is for a criminal case. The conditions that have to be met to win in a civil case is a lot lower for the plaintiff and than it is for a criminal case.
Well, I was going to add to that. For the plaintiff that was going to enter that, it's now sorry, I'm blanking here for a minute.
Well, let me help you out a little bit. There's been cases where people have been involved in a self-defense shooting and have been completely cleared criminally. Like the cops didn't even take them to jail, right? They didn't even take them to jail. It was a completely legit shooting, self-defense, but they've lost in they've lost in civil suits that person's that they shot. The family had come back and filed civil lawsuits against them, and they've lost, and they've had to pay the other family money.
Right? Yeah, I think that was what I was getting to.
Yeah. So you don't want the headache.
You don't want that at all. No. And again, why to reach to other alternate weapons? I understand why everyone reaches to firearms, and it's the best.
Firearms are the best in most situations. Are the best and most probably humane way to stop a threat.
They're the best and most humane way, but ultimately, it's the last thing you want to have to use. I think Joe Dolio has put it that way.
Oh, well, yeah.
And he's put it that way in a way that I have put it in a way before he actually put it in that way, to be honest. Look, trust me, I know firearms. I know pistols. I know shotguns. I know long arms. I know them. I've worked with them. It's not like I don't know them. Okay? I know how to work with them. It's not like I don't know how to operate any of them. But I know they're, unless we're like in a fucking warfare situation, we got other options. Let's just put it that way. A firearm is the last It's the last option you absolutely don't want to use unless you have to. Let's put it that way.
Check that out.
Huh?
Check that out.
That a new blade?
Well, it's a handle material. It's they call it forged carbon fiber. Yeah.
Forged carbon fiber.
Yeah, it's called forged carbon fiber. It's a little bit, because you know how the typical carbon fiber's got like these symmetrical weave pattern to it. This one doesn't.
Usually.
Yeah, this stuff doesn't. It's still carbon fiber material, but it's just kind of crushed up. Yeah. It's sick. At least I think so.
Well, again, I'm gonna get some at the end of this month. Send me what you think will be the most appealing to me, and
how do I know that shit? I don't know.
Whatever you think, whatever. Just send it to me.
We'll send it on. What do you mean send it to you? You got to buy it, you troll.
Not send the damn razors to me, just the image or something.
Yeah, but you just
Jesus Christ.
You can go on my Etsy site and just look at them, can't you? Why do I got to send you shit? Why do I got to do all this work?
All right, fine. Okay, fine. I'll do all the fucking work.
Yeah. Hey, what do you mean all the work? Look, all you do is click. Look, asshole. It takes me anywhere from like 10 to 12 hours to complete one of these fucking straight razors. The very least you can do.
Fine, I'll do all the fucking work. Okay, I'll look at all the
do.
You got the
fucking shitbird.
Everything you got. Okay.
The least you can do is click your little fucking mouth. Take your little fucking finger and click around on a fucking computer.
Oh, Jesus, here we go.
What you want? I mean, look, if that's too much work for you, you probably shouldn't get one of these. You know, I'm just saying.
Fine. I'll even do the fucking work. Look at the fucking razors.
I'm gonna have to stab you next time we meet. I'm just saying. I'm not gonna. It's not a kill shot, but I'm gonna have to poke you a little bit.
I thought you were gonna stab me anyways.
Yeah, I'm gonna stab you. It's gonna be a non-mortal wound, but you most likely are gonna need stitches. So I'll make
Thanks for letting me know ahead of time. At least I can pack some stitches and all.
I'll make it quick, and I won't twist the blade. I'm in there. I'll just pull.
Thanks for not twisting the blade.
I'll just pull right out.
Hey, at least you pull out. I don't.
I'll make you the same promise that I promised my girlfriends. I'll just pull out.
Well, you said you'd pull out. I said I wouldn't. So I'm just saying.
Oh, that's kind of.
I never said I'd pull out. I'm just saying.
Never made that promise, huh?
Hey, I just go what the market asks for. If they don't want me to pull out, I don't pull out. So what can I say?
You're just living in the moment. I get it.
They love it. What can I say?
I'm just living in the moment, baby. Why are you mad?
Shit. Did I Actually, I did tell you about this. What's her name? A-Dub.
Whatever it is, you got to hurry up because I'm getting hungry, and it's breakfast time.
No, what's her name? She moved up here from Sacramento, I think.
Yeah, you already told me about this.
Yeah. And apparently now she's in Olympia.
Good.
And she asked, "Hey, where do you live at? Are you in Olympia?" I'm like, "No, I don't live in Olympia. I live in the Tacoma area. What the fuck?"
You got a picture of her? She a hag? What she look like?
She's pretty good looking, actually.
Yeah. You got a picture?
Um,
Facebook page? Fucking wanted poster?
shit, that's gonna be a fucking tall order.
Well, you don't have to get over now, especially if it's gonna take too long.
I can see something later if you want.
Yeah, just DM me something later. I want to look. I'm curious.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. I'll do that while I'm on a pot here, about to cook something. You go get something to eat, and God, is this actually being? Oh, this is being live streamed. Holy shit! We're almost 5 hours in.
Yeah.
Fuck. All right, I'm out. Yeah, fuck this. I'm out.
Adios.
Boros is out. Boros has shit to do. Until next time. Stay ready, keep it tactical, and above all else, be chaos, my friends.
That's the gayest shit I ever heard in my life. I'm just saying.
Be chaos, my friends. Really?
Yeah. I usually just say keep your edges sharp and your penis clean. So I think that's better.
I don't know. Be chaos has worked for me, so what can I say? Chaos in order? Hey, being chaos in order. It means being order in chaos. What can I say? It's worked for me. Again, ask me how I know. I'll see you fuckers later. Until next time.